Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing today? How's y'all's weekend going? Everybody got a snack? Got a drink? Nice to hear. Now, it's been a little while since I've done an episode of this. I think the last one was 3 months ago. Yeah, when we talked about genre. So we haven't done one of these in a while. So just as a refresher, we're gonna gently turn the music down. We're kind of gonna go over what the Inferno looks like. So basically, I learned that I could use my facilitation and lesson planning skills to do live streams, and that's what we're doing. Basically, I will be presenting a topic today. It's going to be privilege. I will define my terms and sort of set the stage for a discussion. And then once I've kind of presented my way of looking at things, callers will be free to basically come in, ask questions, present their point of view, etc. You don't have to agree with me. You could agree with me a little. You could agree with me a lot. Or you could think I'm dumb as bricks, and you could tell it to my face. The floor is open to you. it is meant to encourage discussion, because I think we should be having these discussions not just in the classroom and in workshops and in professional fields, but we should get used to talking like this in our, in our day-to-day lives. And hello, everybody. Hi, Fiona. Hi, Aoife. Hi, Raccoon. Hi, Vex. Hi, Liam. Hey, Angel. Hey, Maestro. Hey, Cito. Hey, Dopey. Hey, Zephyr. I think it's everybody that has said hi. Hello, Gwen. All right. So, I made some notes. The first thing that I am going to pull up, though, is a little chart. The resolution is tiny, and I'm sorry, but this chart was made for ants, I guess. I didn't make it. All right. So, I think before we get too deep into it, we should perhaps kind of define what causes privilege to happen. And it is usually because of your identity or position in society. And there's a lot that goes into this. We could expand this out to talk about the psychological implications, but right now we're going to stick mostly to primary and secondary identities. And perhaps we could dip a little bit into culture, but we're going to stick to primary and secondary identities, as it was defined to me and how I have received this training many, many times before, as I'm sure anybody who works in social services has received training like this. So primary identities are things about yourself that you cannot change. It's just who you are. And they basically stick with you your whole entire life. And that is like your ethnicity, your sexual orientation, your age or what generation you grew up in, your physical/mental ability, your race, and your gender. Now, sometimes these things can change. For example, as you get older, your physical and mental ability might regress or deteriorate. For your sexual orientation, you might come out of the closet or find it's more fluid than you first thought you were. For your gender, you might come out as trans. Or you might move to a place that doesn't really recognize your specific ethnicity and just classifies you as, oh, you're Eastern European, so whatever. Like the way that is perceived can change depending on where you go. So while they are things that you usually can't just wake up and decide, you know what? I think I'm going to be gay today. You can't really do that. Or you know what? I think actually I identify as Gen Alpha. That would be epic, wouldn't it? You can't really do that. Like I can't change when I was born. Now you can often repress and hide certain things about yourself. That usually isn't a good idea. And studies have shown that that's actually extremely damaging for someone's mental health. But then you've got secondary identity, and that's like religion, your background in education, your hobbies, where you live, what you look like, your language, if you're married, if you have kids. These are things that change over your lifetime, and there's like a secondary group that you can become. For example, if I got married in next year, that's something that would greatly change my identity, but it's something that I pursued to change. And if I didn't like that person, I could get a divorce, and I would no longer be married. I would no longer be a married person. Perhaps I convert to Catholicism. Anything's possible. Or I decide, like, right now it's difficult for me to get a job, but if I go out it's not that difficult. I just haven't gotten one this year because I'm focusing on YouTube. But say it's like difficult for me to get a job in a field like, I don't know, STEM. I can change that. I can go get an education, and then I have an education in STEM, and I can then get a job in STEM. I could get a different hobby. I could move. I could dye my hair. These are all secondary identities. Now, where a lot of conflict tends to happen is people will use their secondary identity as an excuse to repress and discriminate against primary identities. You can't really use a primary identity to discriminate against a secondary identity because these are immutable facts. They don't really have anything to do with your values, the way you live your life. They're just things about you. That, cannot change based on your opinion or like the knowledge you have or the people you're around. Now that is, you can of course face, discrimination based on things like your accent or your religion or your education, your appearance, whether or not you're married. That can still happen, but it is not caused by anything in the primary category. I think it's probably a good idea for Krim becoming Catholic, Ark. Yeah, Catholic Krim is not real. He can't hurt you. Fresca time. I hope I just made you all thirsty. If you're not hydrated, go get a drink. Now, I love that OBS does not, I'm sure there's something I can do in the setting, but I love that OBS doesn't like, if I like bring something up on that screen, nothing will appear above OBS. I have to like minimize it first. Okay. So, what is privilege then? That's kind of the big question of the day. Privilege is not an identity. Privilege is not an identity. It's not a perspective or point of view. It's not morally evil to have privilege. It's not something you need to apologize for. And it is not a primary identity or a secondary identity. Male privilege, for example, does not exist because you are male. You being male, you identifying or feeling or being born as, or however you want to describe it. I don't agree with some of the ways that people describe it, but like, live your truth. I don't care. That fact about yourself is not what creates male privilege, for example. What creates privilege is how you are treated and the material reality of how you exist and move around in society. Now, you might have seen the thumbnail, and if you haven't, I will pull up the thumbnail again. Oh, it's because I minimized. I'll pull up the thumbnail again. And I think I can just do that by, yes, let's go. We'll just crank it down a little bit. There we go, so it all fits in frame. So this is referencing something very specific that if you did any training with HR about diversity, you probably recognize. And it's a game where people stand on one end of a line and the HR person is like, cross the line if, and then lists out a privilege, and then you walk across the line and you essentially see how far much further some people get than others. It's a really awkward game to play. they're good questions to think about, but I think it's weird to do it like that. So we're just, I'd like to play an alternative version of this game, just to try to illustrate what I mean when we say privilege. So I don't know if you remember I think it was from TikTok or something. I don't know. I don't watch TikTok, but it was put a finger down if, and then like you start with 10 fingers and you put one down for each thing listed. So I want everybody at home. You missed the perfect opportunity to say what is privilege. Let's check. Do I think trans men have male privilege? I will get to that. Because I think that's a really interesting conversation to have. But we're going to stay in the broad strokes right now. And I think that after this demonstration, you might kind of get an idea. All right. So, put a finger down if you are listened to when you speak up in a group of your peers. If you have never had to think about how immutable aspects about yourself, such as gender, disability, or race, have affected you getting a job. If you have felt supported by the education system that you grew up with. Would be able to get a loan if you went to the bank this week. You can go out at night to a shop around the corner or a neighbor or friend's house without thinking about your own safety. Do not have to factor in the clothing you are wearing to decide how safe you are when you go out at night. You have never been homeless. You have never had to sleep outside because you had nowhere else to go. You have a car, or someone in your household has a car that you can reliably depend on for transportation. You could live at home with parents or family if you needed to. You get paid for your labor at a similar rate as your peers. If you needed or wanted education or training, you would be able to get it. Are not part of a demographic that is more at risk of experiencing physical or sexual violence. Are less than $25,000 in debt. Could get a credit card if you wanted to. If you own property, such as a home or a car. You are able to effectively communicate and socialize with your peers with no aids or caveats. You can move your body comfortably and painlessly as demanded by your lifestyle. If you needed money for an emergency, you would be able to get it. You have stable health care, mentally and physically. You can go into most stores and find clothes that fit you and feel comfortable without spending more on specialty sizes or fits. You do not require any tools or aids to comfortably live in your day-to-day life. These things are privileges. And privileged to be on this stream. Thank you. If you're, I'm curious to see how many fingers people have left. You don't have to share, but if you'd like to, if you have any left, please, I would love to hear from you in chat. And while you're in chat, consider giving this stream a like, because let me see here. No, I did not know that was the same window. My bad. I was gonna check my stream rate because I forgot to not showing up in this. But yeah, like the stream, please. It does a big help out on my channel. I appreciate it. 24002. Yeah. Now I picked randomly there. You know, I just grabbed things at random. And I think that I don't want to quantify it. I think it's just an interesting thought experiment. Because, you know, some privileges are more meaningful than others, but it's something to think about. Yeah, there is nuance to it. One thing that I was thinking about when I wrote this list, because this was a list that I wrote myself, can you go out at night to a shop around the corner or a neighbor slash friend's home without thinking about your safety? And do you have to factor the clothing you are wearing to decide how safe you are? Also, if there is nuance, I would say that you don't have that privilege. If there are caveats, then yeah, you don't have that privilege. Um, so for that, now that question could mean very different things depending on who you are. If you're a woman, you might want to make sure you're dressed modestly. You don't want to go out with anything that's revealing because that could put you at risk of sexual violence. It's not fair. That shouldn't be the way the world works, but unfortunately it is, and it does play a factor. On the other hand, to a man of color, that would be I can't go down to the corner store wearing a hoodie with my hood, especially not with my hood up. So if I'm, if like a black man's going down to the convenience store that's like a few doors down from his house or around the block or whatever, and it gets a little cold out and his ears get cold, he can't just put his hood up. He has to think, what would people around me think? Would they feel unsafe? Would someone call the cops on me? Would someone assume I'm a thug? So like, those are two different ways of thinking about that question, but they both have to think about it. And I personally wouldn't say either one group has privilege over the other based on how differently they think about that question, if that makes sense. If that makes sense. The social questions were where I had caveats because disability stuff is messy. Honestly, it doesn't even matter. I mean, as somebody that has been catcalled before, yes, but also no. Like sometimes it doesn't matter what you're wearing, but if I mean, like, I've been there. I've had to think about, long ago, back before. Well, I still have to think about it, honestly. But I've had to think about like, well, if I wear this, people will assume a certain thing about me. Um, so I got to be careful. Um, and I'm sure other people have too. They're like, I can't go out in this. It's a little too slutty, you know? But again, women aren't the only ones that have to worry about that. Um, since I'm autistic, social stuff feels like a minefield sometimes, especially around people who claim to be advocating for visibility and support. Oh man, don't get me freaking started, dude. That was that was part of the reason that I doing this stream, because I saw some of the most fascinating takes, and it's like I feel like people that call themselves progressives aren't all that progressive, and they just want a good excuse to scold people. You just angry that you didn't get to be the bully in high school and you're trying to make up for it now, is what it feels like a lot of times. Now, somebody asked in chat earlier, do trans men have male privilege? And I feel like I can speak to that as a trans man. Just a little information about my background. I am turning 33 years old. I lived my entire childhood presenting as female. I went to college presenting as female. I dropped out of college and I was like, hey guys, I'm a dude. So just so you know. And that was when I was 19, and I have been openly living as a man in what I think is a fairly progressive city in Canada ever since. So that was almost 14 years ago. I am also intersex, so I have had some physical changes despite not being on hormones, really. I was on hormones very briefly after I got top surgery. But it was only for like 3 months, just because I was not living in a stable environment where I could reliably get needles, where I could reliably get shots. So I ended up going off of it, and endocrinologist, there's only 2 in the province, and I got blacklisted from one of them because I missed 2 appointments in a row because, again, I didn't have a stable living situation at the time. And then COVID happened, so. But I do not pass most of the time. But I also don't look like a cisgender woman either. I don't sound like a cisgender woman. I don't think I do anyway. People can usually tell by looking at me something gender is happening here and they get confused. So just so you understand where I'm coming from. I'm also native, and that factors in a lot to how I interact with the rest of the world, more so when I was younger, because I was darker when I was younger, but I usually pass as white or white-ish these days. Just so that we're all clear. Okay. Hello, Kyla. Welcome, welcome. Also, Kyla, if you're not in the server, DM me, and I'll make sure that you get an invite. Okay. So, here are some examples of male privilege, and we're going to kind of use that to examine if trans men have male privilege. You can dominate conversations without being judged. Women are perceived as too talkative, even when they're speaking less, with one study showing that women need to make up 60 to 80% of a group to have equal time in conversation. I'm not going to push back against that. Bullet point. What happens if you're not a man? If you're not a woman, but you're perceived as a woman? Especially this first one, it is about perception. So regardless of who you are on the inside, what your primary identity is, if you're perceived as a woman, you will be treated like such. Let's see. You're less likely to be interrupted when you speak. Studies of men and women showed that both interrupt women more than men. And this is interesting because women and other marginalized genders are complicit in misogyny, right? But again, this is about perception. If somebody perceives you as a woman or assigns that to you, or has a subconscious transphobic bias, and even if they know that you're a trans man, will still think of you in their head as a woman. And by the way, some people talk about trans men, even if they themselves are trans. That's absolutely what is happening. You're you're not automatically assumed to not know what you're talking about or subjected to mansplaining. Again, this is about perception. And dude, I get people, I find the term mansplaining isn't very effective these days. It's kind of lost its, but I've had my expertise explained to me like I'm a child. When it's like, hey, actually, I work in this field and kind of an expert, but let's see. Common vocabulary favors your gender as a default with languages like mankind and for man and dictionary definitions of words created by men. I will give people that one. I'll give them that one. Though I can almost guarantee you that when those words were defined, they were definitely not considering a person like me. But anyway, you're subject to less scrutiny for the ways you speak. When people criticize vocal fry, for example, they're more likely to point out when women do it and ignore men's vocal fry. Hi, I'm trans. And I have what is derisively, but sometimes affectionately known as tranny voice. And tranny voice is pure vocal fry. It's that sort of, it's that. Interesting that they put that there. You're not expected to swear less, apologize more, or other supposedly ladylike behaviors that reflect stereotypes of your gender being submissive. Again, all about perception. And not only can this happen by accident, it can often happen intentionally to transgender men as a way to sort of feminize and misgender them and asking them to shrink themselves in order to make usually cis women more comfortable. Here we go. You can buy clothes designed for your gender. That are functional and you can actually use. And it's like, yeah, no, not really, because men's clothing isn't made for people of my shape. The amount of money and how hard that I have to look to find men's shoes because the size of my feet, because I don't have like I can't just go down into child sizes because I don't have like the shape of a child. I have like the shape of an adult foot, but it's just small. And pants are hard. And if you haven't had top surgery, I am very lucky to have been able to get that, but not all trans men or trans masculine people are. So it just doesn't fit. So often you're forced to buy clothes made for women and have to put up with the same shit. And on top of that, it can be, induce a lot of gender dysphoria. So those are some examples. Skipping down a little bit, you're more likely to be congratulated for having lots of sex rather than shamed for it or called a slut. Again, trans men do not get this privilege. You're not judged as a slut. You're not judged as a prude. You're not taught that your sexuality exists only for other people or stigmatized for masturbating. Also, not true for trans men. The media, popular sex advice, and normal definition of sex focus primarily on your pleasure, especially if you're cisgender. That's an interesting way to put it, because I definitely don't think, yeah, that's weird, because this has a lot of assumptions about yeah, because this is talking about like physical body and physical sex rather than anyway. Not only that, but there's also propaganda. There's a little bit against, not a little bit. There's like a considerable amount of propaganda against the bodies of like trans women after they get gender reassignment surgery, but it's real bad for trans men to the point that most trans men are afraid of getting bottom surgery because of the propaganda that goes around about it. But you know, most pornography is made with your gender in mind, and it creates some pretty damaging ideas about women and other genders, etc., etc. You can make changes to your appearance like a hair dye without assumptions you're doing it for men or for attention. Yeah. And then we go down to gender harassment and violence. Content warning. We're getting into some heavy stuff. You're less likely to be the target of street harassment. You can have friendly, casual interactions with a stranger without them taking it as a sexual invitation. You can turn down a date without being verbally attacked, physically assaulted, or even killed. You can drink in a bar alone and unbothered. You can travel alone without worrying about being targeted for violence because of your gender. You're less likely to experience intimate partner violence. You're less likely to be stopped. You're less likely to be the victim of revenge porn. You're less likely to be sexually assaulted, especially if you never go to prison. You're less likely to be homeless as a result of intimate partner violence. Half of all homeless women and children in the US are fleeing intimate partner violence. Less likely to be physically injured by a partner. You're less likely to be killed by a partner. You can enjoy partying without people blaming your lifestyle if you're sexually assaulted. Yada, yada, yada. Now, something interesting that I like to talk to people when we're talking about privilege is if I, as a transgender man, were to date a cisgender woman, the person that would be most likely to get sexually assaulted or beaten or have any of these things happen to them is me. I would be more likely for her to assault or hurt me, statistically speaking. Trans men are one of the highest at risk rates, especially like trans masculine people that are gender nonconforming to be assaulted. The only other group that is head and shoulders above transgender men and gender nonconforming trans people that were assigned female at birth are Black trans women. You know? So when we think about it in that way, I think when we revisit the question of do trans men have male privilege, I would say no. I don't experience any of these things. I think the only thing was that when people talk about definitions in dictionaries, they tend to use male pronouns and monikers. That was the only thing out there that was listed here. And by the way, this is an article. These were all taken from an article called 160 Examples of Male Privilege in All Areas of Life. I'll share it on my screen briefly. It's on the website Everyday Feminism, and it was written in 2016. Just so you know. But no, and the author is Ameisha Z. Johnson. Do we have a photo? No. But she talks a lot about feminism, which makes sense because this is on the website Everyday Feminism. But, you know, something, food for thought, things to think about. Adding on to the original question, do trans men have male privilege? Do you think how much a trans man passes affects whether he has male privilege or not? Okay. Let me ask you this. If a gay woman never tells anybody that she's gay and is in the closet her whole life, does she have straight privilege? If she never tells anybody that she's a lesbian for her whole entire life, does she have straight privilege? Let's look at it that way. I would argue no. MD Switchy, I think the reason that people are a little confused is because we don't know, we don't understand what you mean. Privilege isn't entirely external. The answer, like many questions like this, is complicated, you know? We're at, I think, how long has this been going on? 40 minutes? I'm also gonna bring up a little, ooh, no, not that. I want to bring up the YouTube page of my, not the actual page of my YouTube video, but the streaming page of my YouTube video where I get all the little information. Yeah, we've been going for what now? Yeah, about 40 minutes.
All this talk about privilege makes me want to have currywurst privileges.
I'm not really sure how
At least nobody gets hurt over currywurst. It's delicious.
Thank you for the $5, MD. See, Angel. Great passing privilege is crazy. The fact that you have to hide who you are means that you don't have privilege, my friend. If there's a caveat, if you could lose that privilege in such a way, then no, you don't have that privilege. If, okay, here's another example. If I'm playing, I don't fucking know what do people to play these days, Overwatch. If I'm playing Overwatch with like a bunch of people and we're kind of hanging around and trash talking and nobody knows that this one guy on our team is black and he never says he is, in that moment, does that guy have white privilege? What happens if somebody starts saying something really racist? What happens if nobody speaks up? I would say that he's experiencing something pretty freaking terrible, you know? The fact that you feel the need to hide yourself means that your identity, who you are as a person, creates a reality in which you are unsafe to be the person that you are, or you feel the need to hide information about yourself. That's not privilege. Biphobia is rampant among other queer people, exactly. I believe, and I'd have to look it up, but I believe that bisexual people face the most lateral discrimination in the LGBTQ community. I think Yeah, because, or was it something about, yeah, I think they have the highest rate of like depression and feeling like they don't belong and stuff, is what it is. Which is sad. I think I kind of changed the way I look at things. Good. That's what I love to do. Yippee. Um, but yeah. Let me see here. Now, I am gonna set up the call-in channel. Now, if you are already in my Discord server, you'll be able to join right away. If you are not, if I'm gonna try to get temporary invites working so that anybody in the audience can call in. So, you give me a moment. If you need to go get a drink, if you need to go get a little snack, if you need to go pee, go do that now. And we'll be back in like 5, maybe 10 minutes, depending on how terribly my tech support adventure goes. I'm going to put some music on. We'll catch you guys later in like 5 minutes. Hello, hello. I return. Okay. I am going to drop a link in chat. It is good for 25 people. It is temporary. So, you know, after the stream, you will be booted, disconnected. If you would like to become a permanent member, you can actually join my Patreon for as little as $1 a month, and you can stay, you can hang out, you can play games with us. There's movie nights, there are memes, we have a Minecraft server, we do lots of fun things over in the Crim community server. But I will be dropping that link now. If you are already a member of my Discord server, please do not click it because it could take up the spot of somebody who isn't in the server. And I would ask, if you are not planning to join the call-in line, please do not click the link because you won't, you know, you'll be booted in like by the end of the stream anyway. If something weird happens and you get disconnected or something strange happens, just shoot me a DM over Discord. My Discord username is this, it's just the Crimson Ender. So you can shoot me a DM. I should be able to receive DMs from people. If you can't message me, just shoot a message in chat and I'll figure it out. So a couple of rules. If you're going, now I lay this out on my server, but just so that we're clear, if you're going to call in, please don't call in with a shitty microphone. It doesn't have to be a Blue Yeti Hyper Solocast like streaming microphone. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Adrian.
At most, I feel like a lot of people don't really know what's going on inside other people's head with or without privilege.
Passion.
At the end of the day, it's all about compassion for your fellow person.
Thanks for the super chat as well. Good luck on your niece's soccer games. But yes, please don't have a shitty microphone. It doesn't have to be anything special, but I ask it not be like your phone microphone or like earbud microphones. If it's like a gaming headset, awesome. If it's a standalone microphone, awesome. Please have a stable internet connection. Like, unstable calls can really make or break, you know, this show. If I can't have a conversation with you, if there's a lot of background noise, it's going to be really hard to make this listenable to the viewers. It doesn't have to be perfect. You don't have to be an audio engineer, but please, I'm begging you. I also have, or I thought I did. Where is it? Oh, I do not have it anymore. Hold on a second. Here we go. Copy that. Browser source. Hold on a second, guys. I have reactive so that we can see who's talking when. I'm just like looking at OBS and I'm like, how do I work this thing again? I'm doing really great, you guys. There it is. Reactive. Okay. This. There are some people. If you're in the channel, you will be able to, yeah, you will be able to see it. So this is just people's icons, just so that we can see who's talking when. All right. So I'm going to bring people in one at a time. If you are in the chat waiting to talk, raise your little hand. Also, certain Patreon tiers have a call-in priority. So if somebody that is, I believe, a Cambion, Devil or Demon Lord level Patreon, if they're on that list, they'll get priority to be answered. That's one of my Patreon rewards. So just make sure to mention what your Patreon tier is when you raise your hand in the stage, and I will grab you. But right now, we do have somebody asking to speak, so we're going to do that. Oh, did I send it? Did I send it? I did not send it. I'm a fool. I don't think I sent it. Hold on. I have to make it again because I copied the browser source. Dang it. I'm a good streamer, guys. No worry. Edit invite link. Grant temporary menu. Okay. Generate email link. Okay. Try that again. I don't think I sent it. I was just like, I'm gonna send you guys a link, and I just never did that. That is not the right link. Come on now. Nope. Invite. At this link. Right, new link. Happy. Let's go. Okay, sending it now. Another Crom moment. Okay. So, bringing the first person up. Hopefully this will work. It has been kind of dodgy in the past, but it should be fine. Hello, hello. Ooh, I'm deafened. Hold on. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing? Can everybody hear?
Hold on.
I think they can hear you, but I don't know if
Can
you
they
can hear me.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, cool.
Cool.
Can you introduce yourself?
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Can you introduce yourself?
Oh, sure. My name is Fiona. I am a AMAB autistic non-binary person. I just
Autism
want
and
to
their
share
content
my
technical issue.
one piece of mind on this, and then
Mhm.
kind of go. And I think that is that when it comes to privilege for for anyone who falls into like any marginalized identity, an important aspect to remember is the ability, like, for when we're discussing about, like, I don't know, straight passing, would it be considered?
Yeah.
Uh, the ability for the person in question to be able to perform that ability.
Yeah.
Because in my experience as an autistic person, I am not good at doing that. So I do not have the
Yeah.
benefit to
They
perform.
autism especially is an interesting way. It's an interesting like comorbidity / intersection, I think, because it's like from the time that you're very small, it's like other kids freaking smell it on you.
It's very true. And it goes into adulthood because they
Yeah.
kind of tie into other things
Mm-hmm.
depending on your gender. Because I am a man, well, my body is a man, uh, and I do not form masculinity in the traditional way. So a lot of people assume I'm gay or trans or things like that, uh, and they will treat me like the way I'm treated will depend on how they favorably see that. I mean, even strangers at stores will see how my body posture, my mannerisms, the way I even just
Mm-hmm.
use my hands, and they will just see me as like this like effeminate little femboy when that is not the case.
Yeah.
I, so I think that's an important aspect that we need to remember when talking about privilege, especially for each individual person, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I think it gets really complicated if you're part of a quote unquote privileged group. but you don't perform to the demands of that privileged group. So it's almost like they take your freaking card or whatever.
No,
Um,
it's very true in that aspect.
yeah,
Because I've never been able to perform as a masculine man, like not even out of preference, but I'm just incapable of doing
yeah,
it. And so I guess my man card has been revoked for a very long time.
yeah. I think that if I were to punish myself and go back in the closet, assuming that it didn't emotionally and mentally kill me, um, I don't think I'd ever be able to pass as a cisgender woman. Um, I wasn't even able to do that when I was a child. Like
Oh,
I've mentioned it before on stream, but like people started asking me if I had a penis when I was like 7, and I didn't even know what that was. So if you not that being a woman is like a privileged group, but like if people perceive you as like gender non-conforming, ooh, they make some assumptions and they're real mean about it.
and they're also very strangely comfortable with asking really personal questions about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
No,
Oh boy, are they.
yeah, no, it's very strange how comfortable they are just kind of, I guess, violating like your own like boundaries, I guess would be the correct way of putting it.
And
In
just
asking,
normal social boundaries. Yeah.
yeah, just social boundaries, especially like if you don't even have a relationship with this person, like if it's just a stranger who just asks you these questions.
Yeah. Absolutely. Man, Pete, the chat is popping off. This. Yeah. No, yeah, I see it gets really complicated when you factor that sort of thing in.
Even online, I'm not, it's because I've been mistaken for a woman, even though I don't think I have a very feminine voice. I've been mistaken for a woman, and people will just share the weirdest things with me. Like, they'll say, like, I sound like their ex-girlfriend, and it makes me really uncomfortable. They'll ask, like, if I'm, like, single or whatever.
Yeah.
It's
Ooh.
it's very strange. It's like, "I don't know who you are. Please stop talking to me. I just got home. I wanna play video games."
Yep, yep, yep. And like, do you think that if you tried really hard, like supposing that you could, do you think if you
Yeah.
tried really hard to suppress those things about yourself, assuming that you could, um, how would you feel if you kind of squashed all that down? All those things
That's
that make
hard.
people make those assumptions. If you could just tomorrow wake up and be able to perform that in the hypothetical scenario, would you? And if you did, what do you think you'd feel?
Well, if I was capable, like, fully capable, I probably would just out of sheer preservation,
Hmm.
whether socially or just safety,
Hmm.
but I would be in absolute agony the entire time. I would dread going outside and socializing with anyone who's not my immediate, either my immediate family or my immediate, like, close social circle. I would just dread it way more than I already do, and it would just get to a point where I would have to have massive coping mechanisms so I just wouldn't snap and bash my skull against the counter because I already have a hard time doing a passing job of being, like, semi-neurotypical,
Uh-huh.
but being able to perform fully neurotypical and traditionally masculine, and whatever is required would just, it would make me snap. I could not do it.
Yeah, I think that's the case for a lot of people. Not only that, not only is it hard work, but you're like, what if I slip up? What if somebody catches me and everything
And
collapses?
And the thing is that it doesn't take much. Is the
No.
thing is with, like, it does not take much. It takes, like, the tiniest little slip
Mhm.
up that
Yep.
maybe you don't even notice yourself for them to realize, "Oh, there's something wrong with this person."
Feel like if you get a
There's
little bit
something
emotional or something. Mm,
not emotional,
for
more maybe
for me,
sometimes
it's emotional. If I get emotional, people immediately start whipping out the misogyny for me.
yeah, for me, it's more sensitivity or
Uh-huh.
vulnerability, not exactly emotional, because 'cause I'm
Mhm.
not very emotional outwardly,
Mhm.
but I am very sensitive.
Mhm.
So, it and especially, like, around women, they generally when they see me be sensitive, they kinda have almost not a repulsion, but sort of like a pity, like a disgusted pity about it. It's hard to
Uh,
explain, but I've seen it.
no, I know what you mean.
And
I've experienced
yeah,
it.
yeah.
It's like
No.
I think it's because women get so used to self-policing that they start extending that out to others. Um, and while they can't often do as much physical violence, that sort of policing behavior is very alienating. It is like, it is a form of self-preservation that was formed because of the group that they're in, but oof, it has some pretty nasty side effects against other people.
No, I would agree with that because yeah. No, I've seen that behavior enough times to kind of recognize it.
Yeah. Fall into place so that you don't fuck it up for the rest of us.
Exactly. Exactly.
And it's like, if you can't, it's like, well, now if anything bad happens, it's all my fault. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Um, was there anything else that you wanted to discuss?
No, that's about it. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Always, thank you so much for calling in.
Alright. Do I disconnect or will you do that?
I mean, I can do it if you don't know how.
Oh,
I
no.
can move to audience. There we go. Been banished. Muhahaha. All right. How are we doing it, chats? Accidentally closed the Discord. Hold on a second, folks. Requests. Huh? Uh, all right. We're saying Tiefling tier, but I don't think I'll double check, but I don't think Tiefling tier has fallen privileges. I should probably keep my Patreon open so that I can verify. Um yeah, no, it doesn't. It is Cambion and above, but there's not a lot of people, so we should get to everybody. Um Actually, Liam, you're the next person anyway, so it doesn't matter. All right. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. How are you doing, Krim?
I am doing great. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Okay, so I'm Liam. I go by any pronouns, he, him, they, them, she, her, if you really want. So I would say that I'm agender, non-binary. Like for me, I feel like those two are the way I've experienced it. It's kind of synonymous in my mind, at least.
Hmm.
But I did just want to say, like, something you said earlier did like really hit me.
Okay. What was that?
When you said like if a person has to hide who they really are, then that's not privilege. Because when I was by the way, how's my sound?
Your sound is
Am
great,
I-
Liam. Thank you.
Perfect. Blue Yeti. So when I was going sort of preparing what I wanted to say, I was going to say, well, I am still quite masculine in terms of like how I present myself. I still wear, usually when I like go to work, I'm still wearing like, business casual men's clothing, but I just like don't bring up the fact that uh I'm not really a cisgender man at work. I just don't bring that up. So I was going to say, well, do I kind of have male privilege in that case? But like the way what you said kind of complicated it in my mind. So
Mhm.
that just kind of hit me.
Yeah. It's,
Like,
again, it's really freaking complicated when you're hiding
mhm,
who you have to be to
right.
avoid those consequences.
Hmm.
And I would say it is true. Not everybody is able to hide those things. But I think it's a very tricky line to cross when talking about it.
Hmm.
Um, in some contexts, you'd be fine. In
Hmm.
others, if people found out more about you, like, I'm gonna be honest with you, AMAB non-binary people get treated like fucking shit, including in the
Yeah.
queer community.
Hmm.
It's pretty rotten. Identities gets erased, and that can lead to depression and like not feeling like you belong, which has other like very tragic like implications and side effects, and just it's bullshit all the way down.
I
So
I think so. I think so. So that was just sort of like the one big thing that I wanted to say, because like it's just the whole conversation surrounding privilege I've always just found to be very complicated to sort of discuss, especially when you think about it like trying to like explain to people who like don't know who like just don't even understand what different identities are and what different privileges are. And also I do agree, like I've not like been out as agender non-binary for very long. It's only been like within the last like 3 months that I've been out to like my family even. So it's just like uh I don't really know how they are treated in the queer community. I've never like experienced it that much. You know what I'm saying? Like I've not like interacted in that particular part of the queer community that much in my life. But
mhm.
I have heard as much from other AMAB non-binary people. So I do kind of I think that it is like I see Fiona in chat saying I can confirm as a AMAB NB person, like, but I've just never experienced that myself, but maybe that's just not from not being out for very long.
Now, do you think that concern over how you may or may not get treated has played a factor in the timing of you coming out?
Maybe because I did like, I mean, there like for example, I've been out like in terms of like being on the internet, like I've had like my they them pronouns, or like he they or any and all pronouns. I've had that in my bio for quite a while on most of my social media, but maybe that is sort of like why I really hesitated to like be more forward with it to like people in person, maybe,
Hmm.
because I don't know, it part of it was just it being like me having like maybe needless anxiety about it. But I don't particularly know whether or not that's the case, because it was like I came out to my family in like December of last year, but I've been out to like myself for like about I was out to myself for like about a year before that.
Mhm. We're getting some background noise, by the way.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Fidgeting.
I think it's okay. It's not a problem. I think that also that like something that we don't talk a lot about as trans people is that even without all of the violence and like hatred, it feels like you're inconveniencing other people just by being like, "Hi, my name's Krim, and these are my pronouns." And you're like, I know people are gonna fuck them up, so it's fine. And you feel like your identity is a burden to other people. And I feel like the more complicated and less accepted your identity is, the more it feels like a burden, or the less you pass. Especially like if you are like, I know I don't look like the thing I'm telling you I am, but I am that. It would be really cool if you called me that, but like you could also like just drop a heavy rock on my head. It's fine. I think especially when you start coming out, that's a big thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And for me, it's a little bit different because like I go by any pronouns. So
Yeah.
like if a person like I figured it this way for like quite a while. Like I'm still fine with he him pronouns. Like I'm like I still 100% like you are allowed to use he him pronouns with me. So like if a person like looks at me, thinks that I'm just a cisgender man and uses exclusively he him with me, like for me it's like not the biggest deal, but if you acknowledge that I am also, they them, if people acknowledge that as well, like that'd be nice. But for me it's like I don't mind, but I guess I do sort of also get the sense of like, oh, I don't want to burden people, so like, if you just want to use he him exclusively, it's fine.
Can I be so real and honest with you right now, Liam?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All trans people kind of feel that way when they first start coming out. It's like, it would be nice, but you don't have to. You don't want to. I mean, you don't fucking know. Like, you don't have to respect my identity. Like, you could fucking just kill me. Like, it's fine. Like, it's really fine. I would like it. It would make me feel like you acknowledge me as a person and who I am, but, you don't have to do that. Like, that is unfortunately that's what we like to call cis sexism, where we're kind of assuming that being cisgender is the default and it's better and it's just easier if you're cisgender.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So like I'm not saying that you have to go out and demand people start using the gender that or start using more pronouns, but you are allowed to do that. You are allowed to like say like, hey, please use more pronouns for me. It would make me feel more like yourself. Because like part of being trans / non-binary, it isn't just about gender dysphoria. There's also this thing, I'm sure you've heard the term gender euphoria. And like cis people feel that all the time. They look in the mirror and they're like, man, I look pretty today. I love my hair. I love how this dress looks on me, or I like my beard, like I really like the cut of this suit, it makes me feel like such a man. Actually Cher, if people are familiar, if you're not familiar with Cher, get the fuck off my channel. But Cher, her son is trans, for those of you that don't know. And she was a little bit like, I don't really get it, like, but whatever, like kind of resistant at first, and then she realized, she said she woke up one day and she realized that Chaz never had those moments of feeling like himself in his skin, where he's like, like he never had that. I love being a woman. I love, like, cis people get those feelings all the time. And we don't really think about it. Because again, cis is kind of the default. So they're allowed to have those feelings without it being questioned, without it being pathologized, without people assuming it's a fetish every day. When a cisgender woman wakes up, puts on makeup, looks in the mirror, and like, I love how I look. It makes me feel like myself. It makes me feel like a girl. It makes me feel like XYZ. They don't have to think about all the other baggage that we do as transgender people.
Right. And I guess for me, like, having people, like, use gender neutral pronouns for me, me having, longer hair, me having, being able to, like, wear stuff that's not, maybe 100% traditionally associated with men. Like, that's how I would say that I do get my, like, gender euphoria. I don't really know, like, whether to what extent I have gender dysphoria, but I do definitely have euphoria from, like,
Yeah.
just people, not I do get euphoria from those types of things, yes. And
You don't need dysphoria to be trans, I would say.
oh, I know,
Yeah.
I know, yeah. I've, like, if anything, like, I never felt like I ever had dysphoria, but I only ever had, gender euphoria, and I do not condone the idea that you need dysphoria to be trans. Like, I definitely don't condone that idea. That idea is very, very bad.
Yeah, especially like even if you were to make that assumption, where does one draw the line?
Mhm,
Because there's like social dysphoria, there's body dysphoria. But
mhm.
um anyway.
Yeah. So, that's sort of, what I sort of wanted to say, and I do also, like, you can also draw a parallel to, like, how I feel about being Aroace, but that's, like,
Oh my god. Don't get
yeah.
me started.
Mhm. But
Ah,
I think I'm, probably gonna hop off, pretty soon, but I do just wanna really thank you for letting me come on and, say my piece.
well, thank you so much for coming by, Liam.
You are very welcome, Krim. I
Okay.
will, see you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Peace.
Nice. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Good conversation. Also like that I'm getting lots of people that don't necessarily share specific. I'm liking that I'm getting people from other identities. Okay. We're gonna bring on the next person. I'm gonna see. Have we gotten any questions? Being agender scares me because people don't expect you to just reject gender even if you're queer. It's easier for me to accept a person's identity and try to figure out the system as a whole. Yeah, you don't have to assign it. You just have to believe people when they tell you who they are. Ideas that made me transition. As a kid, I always looked at it like super scientifically, trying to analyze if I experienced explicit dysphoria, but earlier on, it's really hard to notice. Learning about the euphoria is what made me realize this is what I am. Awesome. All right. I do still have like a couple more people before you. Angels aren't gaming. So we're gonna bring on the next person. Hello, hello.
Hello, can you hear me well? Is everything
Yes.
working?
Yes, we can hear you excellently. Could you introduce yourself, please?
I'm Gwendolyn. I use she, her pronouns. I'm uh, a Belgian Muslim, uh, which most people wouldn't guess by my name. But yeah,
What did you want to talk about?
well, I want to talk about how I, for the most of my life, managed to get away from like persecution and injustice.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
Because,
because
so I little thing about me, I am Moroccan, but I'm very light skinned. I like, unless it's very sunny, you wouldn't get that I'm not white. And as I said, I live in Belgium. We get like 20 days of summer. So, like, most people would mostly assume that I'm white until I have to say my name, or like the people who also are like Moroccan or from Northern Africa, like, can look at me and they can tell.
Yeah.
But so I got to like, sorry,
You're fine. You're fine. Take
like
your time.
I had to, like, I got to experience, I think, what is the closest thing to white privilege.
I mean, some people will use terms like white passing privilege and light-skinned privilege. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think light-skinned privilege is usually used by black people, but I think sometimes like what is colloquially known as brown people use it too. But if I'm wrong, somebody correct me immediately and beat me with a hammer. And as like hand in hand with you as well, because I also usually pass as white, and it's okay. Yes, Kyla says commonly yes, it's under the colorism identity. My bad. Okay. I think it would be just white passing privilege then. But yes, I as somebody that like has been affected by racism, but like it's so complicated when you're white passing, or have like mixed heritage or whatever, because things still affect you. Like I still have like those effects of racism that have been against my family, like generational trauma, and like for me personally being disconnected to my culture, like a lot of things that other indigenous people experience. But you know, and I tend to kind of say that I don't tend to experience what I like to call street racism. Like nobody's gonna come up on the street and call me a racial slur. But that doesn't mean that racism hasn't impacted my life in a big way, right?
Yeah.
Can you? I don't know. Can you kind of speak to that? Like, is that your experience?
Well, yeah, obviously, yes. But the point I wanted to make was a bit away from that.
Oh yeah, my bad. Sorry, you went quiet, so I thought you were done.
No, it's fine. So, like I said, I am a Muslim and I live in Belgium.
Mhm.
Um, for the 22 years I've been alive, we had a lot of terrorist attack around where I live in Europe from Daesh,
Mhm.
or ISIS. And especially in the mid 2010s, France and Belgium got like one after the other, both got attacked, and that's when like the biggest incline of racism against my people was like showing up,
Mhm.
at least for the 22 years I've been alive.
Mhm.
And the thing is, like, I would see like um other Muslim people who can't pass as white, uh like get persecuted and all all that. But it, like, I was so used to like not having any issues, like not ever have to face any problem, that I would have to catch myself from reminding myself that, oh yeah, that concerns me too.
Yeah. Do you like actively like kind of like try to obscure that fact about you for your own safety?
I don't think so. No,
Yeah.
because I will introduce myself with by saying my first name. My first name isn't Gwendolyn, and it sounds very Arab.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah. Um do you find that people do start treating you differently whenever you do reveal that information about yourself? Is there ever like a moment where you're like, "Oh, here we go."
sort of I immediately do get the question of, where are you from? Uh, yeah, I'm from Belgium. I was born here, but my parents are both from Morocco.
Mhm. Oh, the good old "where are you from" question. We all love that one.
I never got the "wow, your French is very good." I never got that one.
Yeah. Mm. I do have a
Um,
question. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'll answer it later.
and well, now I forgot what I was going to say. Shoot,
I'm sorry.
sorry.
I am also going to say that you have like it is in the rules of the server. You have to be like 18 or older to participate in call-ins. Just because it can get kind of dicey when you involve children in streams and stuff. So unfortunately, I can't take your call if you're, especially if I know that you're underage. Sorry. YouTube gets a little feisty about that. So sorry. But somebody is questioning any comments of people who use their struggles as justification to label anyone being mad at them a bigot instead of owning up to their mistake. Gee, I wonder who that's for. I'm getting your Discord pings, by the way.
Sorry.
It's okay. Um, see, that one's tricky. That one's really tricky. And usually only a certain kind of people can get away with that. You can't criticize me because I'm gay. You can't criticize me because I'm trans. You can't criticize me because I'm autistic. You know who typically is the only group of people that get away with that shit? It's fucking white people. So oftentimes the same behavior that white people will do when they're doing things like that, as in, you can't criticize me because I belong to this group. It's only white people that get to do that. Um, that same behavior, if like a black person did it, cannot do that. You have like, I want to be careful in how I speak about right now. Recently, there has been a lot of issues in the trans community about people getting ousted for some misconduct. I'm not going to get into specifics. We'll just leave it at that. And in every single one of those cases that I've seen where they do use that justification of you're being a trans misogynist, so you can't, or a transphobe, or X or Y or Z, so you can't say this about me, that person's been white. If someone like fucking like Cat Black pulled that shit, they would fucking launch her into the sun. Like, she would not be on this planet anymore. She would, like, she could never, like, if she fucked up even a little bit, she would be launched into orbit. Unfortunately. She would not be given a chance. People would not hear her out. That's just, like, only white people get to do that. So, and often there's also things like factoring into it, like, and I feel hesitant on speaking about this specifically because, you know, I'm not black, but like, you get the violence against black men that is caused by white women being like, oh, this person attacked me and assaulted me. And sometimes women build their entire careers off of falsely accusing a man of color of sexually assaulting them. No, I am not joking. But anyway, did it come back to you yet there, Gwen, while I was answering that question?
Yes. So aside from like me being Moroccan and like I can pass as I'm like white passing. I found that most of the other stuff I would be persecuted for, I also end up just masking or hiding that. Like, I'm trans, I'm in the closet, no, barely anybody knows that. Like, barely anybody in my like, uh, entourage, I guess, uh, in Belgium knows that. I'm autistic, and for the longest time, nobody figured it out because I was masking.
Yeah. Being
And
Yeah, go ahead,
when you
sorry.
did, it's fine. When you did the like put your fingers down thing earlier, I ended up with only 2 fingers up. But then you mentioned the fact that if you have to hide this uh to have that privilege, then it's not a privilege. And it's like, oh shoot, I'll have to redo that later, taking that in mind, because I wouldn't have the same amount of fingers up.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, it's not really about amount. It wasn't really meant to be like, hey, how much you have left? That's your fucking privilege score. Fuck you. That wasn't my intention there.
Yeah,
It was just a
obviously, yes.
it was just a thought exercise. Just because I think a lot of people think that privilege is like, oh, well, you identify as male, you have male privilege. Oh, you have AFAB privilege, which is a crazy thing to say.
Yeah.
You have, I don't know. I've heard some crazy shit. Let's just say that. Anyway. Was there anything else that you wanted to say, Gwendolyn?
Not really, no.
Hey.
Thank you for having me on.
Thank you for coming on. It's great to talk to you as always. Awesome. Who do we have next? Oh, here we go. Let's freaking go. Bring it on the next person. Hold on. I just want to make sure I answered my questions. The toxic friend who kept calling me homophobic every time I called her out. No, I don't care if you're lesbian. I am okay without that. And I mean, that's just manipulation at the end of the day. I mean, people will just start pity parties, and you know, they'll kind of like try to use that to get under people's skins. Like, that's nothing new. People will do that for pretty much anything. Yeah, privilege is situational and messy. It's inherently human. You'll never be able to reduce it down to something like that. Yeah. AFAB privilege sounds like some MRA type nonsense. Oh, don't say that. Because don't say that. I mean, it does sound a little pretty similar to pussy privilege, doesn't it? But that's we don't have time to unpack all of that. How many comment on people who struggle to use? Oh, right, I already answered that. I'm Mexican and we have colorism happen within the community, especially if you have indigenous features. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna bring out my next caller. Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Oh, you're an orb because I think I had you on the channel before. So you're set up as an orb in reactive. Okay, it's fine. We'll keep you as an orb.
Yes, please.
I mean, you're an orb in your regular one, but it's just the orb that I ended up drawing for you. Anyway, can you introduce yourself, please?
I can. Hi, everybody. My name is KylaTea. I have obviously I've met Krim before. But I wanted to call in and talk about this because it's a very interesting question, and as you've mentioned before, with no real clear defining trait, I feel, because one factor of privilege I do believe is the society that you're in and how it treats, certain groups of people. And as someone I'm a Black cis woman, for those who don't know, I can't really mask that. I can't really hide it.
Yeah.
But but I find that certain things about me, people will they already look at you and go like, okay, this is a Black woman, but like where does she fall in the line? Like, is she one of the better Black women, the more educated one, or is she one of those, hood girls, something like that? Because I often find that if I'm in a situation where somebody doesn't know where I'm from, which I'm from the South Side of Chicago, when I speak in more professional settings or in work settings, I've had people ask me if I'm from the suburbs because of my vocabulary and how I sound. And when I tell them that no, I'm from like the rough side of the South Side of Chicago, they go, oh, well, like, what do you mean? Oh, there. It doesn't make me any less different than you coming from this area, but now you've already prescribed. You already had some idea of me, and now you're adding on to this, and because you thought I had a privilege, and then you just took it away from me because it didn't align with what you already layered on.
Yeah, that's starting to get into the big scary topic of intersectionality and how certain intersections of identity just pile on top of each other and create a very complicated experience with things like oppression and privilege.
Yeah. Because when I know we talked about it kind of got brought up a little bit when it came to white passing and colorism, especially when you do have that privilege, because I do have a friend who is biracial, and she will often get mistaken for anything but Black. She got Guatemalan once, and it kind of like became an inside joke with us. But kind of like that, where you can kind of navigate those spaces and not be detected unless you allow them to know. And I think that also comes from revealing and letting go of that privilege. I think comes from a personal need of, I can't take this anymore. Like, you are literally insulting me to my face and you don't know it, or you're trying to play in my face and you don't know it. And I'm sick of it now.
Yep.
You know, kind of like a secret reveal. Um, oh, I see a comment for me or a question for me. Any thoughts on cold switching in the show Blackish? Woo! Okay. Let's see. Have you ever seen Blackish?
I'm so bad at remembering names of shows. Let me just Google it to see if I recognize it because because it sounds familiar. I feel like I know of it.
Probably do.
I think I've seen a handful of episodes, but I haven't like sat down and like watched a season. But yes,
Yeah.
I've seen some of it.
Yeah, so to give like an overall quick premise, the show is about a black couple raising their children in the suburbs, but the black woman is biracial and comes from more of a, like, hippie-ish quote unquote upbringing, and the father came up more in like the traditional, I guess what you would consider traditional, like, black man story of he came up in a household with a strong black man and a strong black woman and grew up to be very proud of his blackness and very aware of it as well, and kind of navigating their kids who aren't really dealing with that, who don't have to know about like the underprivilegedness that their parents grew up with, as well as like the racial profiling that they also had to deal with. And the thing is that that show is definitely not made for black people. What I mean is, like, it's literally the equation of preaching to the choir.
Yep.
Like, it's like whole episodes of stuff that is very much like microaggressions 101. So if you are not a black person and you watch this and you gain something from it, or if you've found that you were like, oh yeah, I've heard like my friends mention this thing before, you know, then it's like definitely I'm glad that that's there. But I view it as kind of like a show not meant for me. Um and yeah. Also on code switching. Code switching is definitely a thing. My mother does it. I do it. I know a lot of people that do it, and it's sad that you have to do it. Because just those situations, like, I feel like it's even worse if you have a name that isn't more white, more commonly used. Like, my name kind of falls within the question mark spectrum
Yeah.
of, do people know? Yeah, like, is she black? Is she white? I don't know. It's very rare for me to find a Kyla. In general, I think the only ones we had was Kyla Pratt, and then I think there was an adult actress named Kyla. That was it. But yeah, code switching sometimes is very much needed, but I feel like you definitely have to know when to use it, and don't feel bad if you have to. There are going to be times when you have to. Don't compromise your safety, or don't compromise something that, like, your job or anything that's important to you, if you feel like, hey, I'm just going to do this and, play it safe. But yeah, I'm sorry, I'm talking too much.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. I'm letting you talk. How do you feel about like people that I actually wanted to ask you this earlier, and this actually kind of leads into an interesting question. Where, some people do have an easier time not just physically looking a certain way, but acting a certain way, and like much like it's hard to mask as anything, if you're neurodivergent or have any mental health issues and such. I'm sure it comes up all the time that black people on the spectrum, or with that are neurodivergent, have a harder time code switching. I'm assuming because in general, people on the spectrum and such, we have a harder time. presenting the version of ourselves that everybody expects us to be, so to say. So,
Yeah.
do you have anything to say to that?
Yeah, a little bit, because especially with I guess when it also comes to like presenting and trying to find that how do I put this? It's definitely difficult,
Mhm.
because another thing too is like I think there are a lot of Black people who don't know that they have like some sort of neurodivergency because it
Ye-
appears different. Like it took me a long time for me to realize that I had anxiety, because the symptoms kind of pop up a little bit different for Black women than they would for like other groups.
Yep.
And
Permanently
yeah,
underdiagnosed. Yeah.
yeah, that's a whole other thing. It's like, so I feel like that would probably add frustration to the fact that I'm trying to fit in, I'm trying to code switch, I'm trying to not make myself noticeable, or not make this aspect of me noticeable, but it's not working like it should. And it feels even worse when you see somebody who's doing it better than you are at the moment. Um, but yeah, I think it's just like when you don't know that when you have a neurodivergent trait, that it's harder to try to notice when to code switch, but also like when to trying to I'm trying to figure out another way to put it, because it's such a it's a very interesting question.
Yeah.
Think Yeah, I think that's all I got right now, but I'm gonna be marinating about that later
Yeah.
on.
It's something that I think about a lot, because I work with kids, usually underprivileged kids, and usually kids that have been diagnosed with like some sort of like mental health
Mm.
situation. A lot of like, honestly, a lot of Black kids from inner city groups, and these kids show up, and it's frustrating because you can see they're struggling with something, that there's
Mhm.
something that they need help with, um and they have a hard time turning that off, where and they get frustrated when they see how much easier it is for their peers. And usually with kids these days, it's getting better, where kids are given accommodations if they have like a mental health condition, or they're neurodivergent or on the spectrum. um
Yeah.
but and I see excuses again made for white kids with these diagnoses, and then I see, a Black kid having very similar struggles, and they don't get those same accommodations. I can't say
Oh,
Nate. I can't say. Go ahead. Go ahead.
oh no, I was just gonna say, oh, definitely, definitely, that happens a lot, unfortunately.
Uh,
And yeah.
there was the first year I was at, and I'm not going to say where I was working, but the first year that I was working at a job that I really liked, but there was definitely some growing pains. There was these two girls, one was Black and one was white, and they met there at my job, and they were clearly on a similar wavelength. They both had the same kind of, like neurodivergent people meet. They just kind of, oops, sorry about that. Creative Cloud is updating. Shut up. Um, they just sort of like connected, being on that same wavelength, but it was two 13-year-old girls right after the pandemic. So,
Oh
and
yeah.
yeah. And the white girl had all of these diagnoses and all of these accommodation plans, and like a social worker that like had a full workup on her. And it just so happened that towards a few days in, towards the middle of the session, as teenage girls did, they started getting into fights. They had a disagreement, and and this white girl started hurling out slurs.
Oh, God.
Really nasty ones, actually. And it ended up getting physical because this girl was in the other girl's face. And the black girl fucking smoked the other one in the mouth. It wasn't hard. Like, she was fine. But, like, get the fuck away from me. Punched her in the face. And trying to be like, well, she was calling this, and it's like she can't help herself sometimes. She was having a meltdown. She was having an emotional meltdown. And it's like, well, what do you call what the other kid was going through? Is that not also a meltdown? And it's like,
Mm-hmm.
and I was, because you have to, like, I was one of the people who had to escort this person home. Because you have to have like a certain number of adults in the car because you're not allowed to be like one-on-one with a kid in the role that I was filling. So it was me and another of the staff in the car and her, and I was so upset about it. And like I tried, but it's like, what can you do when the entire system is working against a kid like that, and like telling her that I don't know. Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
it's
I get you.
frustrating, even from an outside perspective, that her
and that
experience was dismissed.
Yeah, and that kind of goes into a whole thing that I think a lot of white people don't know that they have the privilege of instant infantilizing. Like, oftentimes, mainly black girls and boys are aged up, no matter what. Like, I know you mentioned about, like, you had an example early on about, like, if a black man wanted to go out to get some, walk down to the corner store, he has a hoodie, he can't really pull it up because he'll get profiled or something like that. And I'm actually, for a video that I'm doing, I'm bringing up Trayvon Martin. And he was instantly, like, just called a man, this young man. He was 12. Like, that's automatic. You're automatically aging up this child because he's black, and you assume black people are assumed to be just automatically kind of like dangerous, bigger, brawnier. Same with black women who are often deemed to be more masculine, more angry, compared to their white counterparts, where white people seem to be in a state of arrested development in how society views them. Like, oftentimes I'll see a lot of arguments for, let's say, like, for some YouTubers who have definitely consciously known and said horrible things like slurs or other things like that, but it's, oh, well, he was 20 at the time, so he didn't know any better. Think you know better at 20. Yeah. Just a little bit. I think you know a little bit better.
I mean, personally, just from my experience, I'm only one guy. I have never said the N-word in my entire life, and I don't understand how that's not difficult. Just don't fucking say it. What could possibly justify its use? I don't get it. It's like the easiest ask. Don't say this word. Okay, it fucking matters to you, so I guess I won't say it. Done. Right, I'm not want a cookie for it. I'm just saying it's not that hard. Just don't fucking say it. And I've known that since I was aware of the word. Oh, they don't like it when I say that, so I guess I won't say it because they don't like it.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's kind of going to that cookie thing. It's almost like if we had like a separate jar of like double stuffed Oreos, and you're like, well, I don't want like these oatmeal raisin cookies that you gave me. I want the double stuff. And it's like, but you still have a cookie. Like like you like you still have like, why do you want mine? Like, it was something that I had to take back in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But
I
yeah,
mean, like, I don't need to be rewarded for not saying that word, is what I meant.
right. Yeah, I get it. But to me, it's also just like, once again, going back to that state of like infantilization, because we took it back and we are using it again. And now you're like, oh, well, wait, I want to use it. It's like, no.
I mean,
Like,
it
no, stop.
it really
Just 'cause
does.
I have it now.
I've got to talk. I'm saying this as a non-black person to all other non-black people. It is not going to affect your life one little bit if you never fucking say it ever again. Just don't ever say it, and your life will not change. People will actually probably appreciate it if you don't, like, you know, it would be worse for you if you use that word. Just don't say it. There's no reason to say it. The only thing that saying that word does is that the safety and comfort of the black people around me matters less than these 2 syllables that I just want to say. And what an evil fuck. I'm sorry. I just think it's just a fucking evil thing to say. Sorry. I get worked up about it, and it's not really my place to get worked up about it, but I don't understand how people can be just so callously say it. You're not missing out on anything. Fucking relax.
Yeah, it's definitely like, even within the community, it's its own issue, you know, about like how often it's used, are we really reclaiming it and stuff like that. And that's a whole other can of worms.
That's not a conversation that involves me, so you guys can handle that one because it's not my place.
Yeah, but yeah, like I often wonder, especially with more like white members of the queer community, and also white neurodivergent people. I don't know if they realize that they are automatically being infantilized. Like even nowadays, like I remember God, that one of the new Supreme Court justices in the US, Kavanaugh, when we had his hearing going on, and they were like, why? Because this young man was doing, like, young man,
Kavanaugh?
He ain't young. Wait,
Okay.
what are we right? Like, they just kept saying young man. Like, why are we punishing this young man for his mistakes that he did? Which, by the way, were very much terrible, terrible, terrible things. But it was like, well, you know, he was but a kid. He was but a kid. And it's like, okay, he wasn't a kid. He was in college. He fully knew what he was doing. And now he's trying to backtrack as an older man. And he knows what he's doing. Like, come on now.
I mean, my stinky little opinion on that is that it's not so much that they know. They knew back then. They just didn't realize there would be consequences. They thought they could get away with it because of the position in society that they hold. And now that they're being held accountable, they're like, oh, well, you know, I didn't know what I was saying. You knew exactly what you were saying. You just didn't realize it would come to bite you in the ass. That's what I think.
Exactly. Yeah, no, that's pretty much it as well. It's like, you thought that you could escape the consequences because of a privilege that has always, like, worked for you. And when you finally have it, your day to come, when it backfires, like, no, buddy, like, you know, actions have consequences.
Somebody is mentioning about how weaponized infantilization against, like, autistic people. Infantilization is complicated, because it can be a way to rob someone of their autonomy, but it can also be used as an excuse to let people off the hook. It's a double-edged sword. I think you were here earlier, Kyla, I'm sure you heard me talk, and he probably has lots to say about this, but the way white women are sort of collaborators in violence against black men, and it's because they're infantilized, and that works for them and against them.
Yeah, it does. It really does. And you especially so to comment on like with it being used against autistic people, it definitely is a double-edged sword because it does rob those people of their autonomy and their ability to make just decisions, to think for themselves. And it's like, I'm not autistic myself, but my mother was a teacher for years and dealt with a lot of autistic children, and it's frustrating because it also diminishes like what you think this person can do. Like they like, oh, you don't think that they can read or understand this stuff, but have you actually like tried it with them? You're already just putting them down because you think that, like, like, what's wrong with you? Like, give him a chance. Like, stop that. Um, sorry.
It's okay.
That gets on my nerves too.
Uh,
Oh, sorry.
no, you go ahead, Kyla.
Okay. But going back to like the infantilization, almost like the of white women. Yeah, I don't know. Well, some of them do realize it. That they can use that to their benefit, but it does come back to bite when the patriarchy essentially decides, oh, well, you're a woman and you can't take care of yourself, so let us make these decisions about you for you. And it's like, well, wait a minute now. Like, I don't need you for that. But, I did want to kind of flex it for this. And it's weird because I don't
Picking and
really think,
choosing.
yeah, it's picking and choosing. And it's like, I don't have I guess because I never really had the ability to pick and choose. I was just kind of given default. It's always like fascinated me. Like I was talking to somebody earlier about that, about like I can't remember it now, but I think what I said was when whatever it was that was brought up got mentioned, I was like, I don't really think I've had that option, so I never thought about it. Like I never had the option to just, turn off or to pick when I'm going to be the innocent frail flower because I'm almost always classified as the strong black woman. I can't even afford to be weak anymore. Like we almost reverse course on our thing of like, oh, black women are they are now being labeled as being not only too masculine and too confrontational, but now it's like, oh, they're too strong and they're trying to fight everybody. And it's like, I just want to be, and I want to be soft sometimes. Can you not make me seem like I'm a warrior out here fighting for everybody all the time?
Yeah, that must get exhausting. I did, if you don't mind, I did kind of think something that I was thinking about when we were talking about infantilization. I have like two key examples of something that happened to two very different but both infamous white women that happens all the time to black women, and treated very differently. And the two individuals are Britney Spears and her conservatorship, where the internet has been rallying for years to end that, not knowing that a lot of black people, a lot of black young people, and even adults are under conservatorship and are treated horribly. Sometimes as wards of the state, sometimes by adopted parents, sometimes by their biological parents. And they never get that freedom. And even though conservatorship is horrible, especially like if you don't need it or if like your parents or guardians are mistreating you, even though that's horrible to go through, um nobody comes to save the people that aren't the beautiful white women from that sort of thing. And the other person that I wanted to mention was Gypsy Rose Blanchard. I think that's still her name. I'm not a big fan of
Oh,
that name. And like
yeah.
what she went through is fucking terrible. But you get like a lot of the, oh well, it was her abuser, like she was like her mother was treating her horribly. And it's like, do you know how many like black women are in jail because they retaliated against their abusive partners? And
Mm-hmm.
nobody's telling their story, nobody's making documentaries about them. um so
Yeah, and actually a good example of that is also like, especially with conservatorship, Wendy Williams,
mm,
well noted like talk show radio host. She has been gone for a minute and it's been kind of talked about her maybe being in a conservatorship, but only recently has it been confirmed, and now her family are pretty much the only ones were like leading the charge and advocating for her release and getting the public on their side. But it took so long, and it took literally them having to kind of petition for her to get this kind of attention. Like there was a Lifetime documentary about it. I
yeah,
believe it was Lifetime. And
I didn't know about this because it
yeah,
didn't make the news the way Britney Spears did. Not in the
and
same
that's what I was gonna
circles.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say too. I'm like, unless you are in very specific circles or you look at like black media, like the main group that's been discussing this because one of the dudes on the show worked with her in the past
Mhm.
is the Breakfast Club, which is a US based radio show out of New York. And they're kind of like one of the staples of black American culture when it comes to like media and interviews, a lot of stuff, right? As much as they also get on my nerves for a multitude of reasons, I cannot deny their impact in the community, in the culture. But they have been talking about it, getting people more exposure to it. And even like a very famous black reporter, although he's no longer on like cable news, he started picking it up. But even then, I wonder if he was on cable news, if they would even allow him to mention that. And it's starting to slowly like build up momentum, but it seems like it's taking longer for people to realize this about her than it did Britney Spears. And there's more questions about, well, does she really need to get out of it? Even though she's very much coherent, she does like phone interviews. She sounds like her old self. Like you can tell, like, no, there's nothing going on here. There's nothing suspicious. But why are you giving her the third degree when Brittany didn't even say anything? And everybody was like, she needs our help. We have to free her right now. Like that was a whole grassroots project. Letting the public know. And here is Wendy's family being like, hey, she's under the same thing. And it's like, oh, well, I don't know. I don't know about you. Like we
Because she
gotta we gotta ask you some questions.
she has like a reputation as well for being kind of batty, so I feel like people are using her when it's like,
Oh, definitely.
dude, like fucking like Ellen did the same kind of weird bullshit and she got away with it. Let fucking like people be a little bit odd
Oh,
and like eccentric. It's fine.
yeah. Like she had been doing this for decades, literal decades, from the radio to the TV. Okay, she is at this point. That's who she is, and yeah, it's just like, if we're going to talk about how manipulative a system is, and we're going to try to dismantle it and either remake it better or get rid of it altogether, then that includes trying to help everybody in it. And Wendy is also a part of it, as much as Brittany was. Like,
Somebody's mentioning the Blind Side movie versus the true story about Michael O'Hare. I'm not sure how you pronounce that
yeah,
actually, which
I
is
don't either.
That's
But
a
yeah,
disgusting movie. It's like it's the way it's misrepresented. It's just
yeah,
uncomfortable.
and very, and also goes into like who's able to tell your story, like the privilege of that, opening up that door, and um. Oh, and you know what? Another thing that just came up about that I just thought about was um like wanting to take away the privilege that you had, because one thing that I always thought was interesting was the case of Rachel Dolezal. Do you know about her?
Yes, I am very aware of Rachel Dolezal.
Yeah, I that confounded almost every black person that I talked to, because it was like, why would you? Why would you want to be black? And this isn't like, I love my black skin. I love being black, and especially like a black American with all the culture that comes with it, but we are not treated very well in this country. We are not
Yeah.
treated a lot of places very well. So, and you know that you can still help black people without being black. We will not like we're not gonna test you on it. So why would that's just always like, why would you take
I
away the privilege and the doors that you could open as a white woman, instead and make yourself a black woman where
I
you're
mean
gonna face even more adversity doing it?
I have a opinion on that one. And I think it comes from like, and I'm gonna like speak on this from like an indigenous person's perspective, where we talk a lot about decolonizing yourself and what that means. And people assume it means, oh, you're telling us that we all have to like fucking leave North America and go back to Europe, and it's like, no, not really. That's not, nobody's asking you to do that. But like white people need to decolonize themselves too. And like I think a major issue and why people do stuff like this is because whiteness is seen as the default. If you see a white person 9 times out of 10, unless they're like Italian or like they're second generation immigrants or something that's like very distinctive and noticeable, it's just like, oh yeah, I'm white. And like there's no attachment to like, maybe they're German, maybe they're Dutch, maybe they're English, maybe they're Irish. Like they don't talk about that as part of their identity. And so they have like, they don't have that to fall back on. It's usually, I think it's a loneliness thing and a lack of community. And like, the thing is that like a black person like yourself in Chicago is gonna find things in common with a black person down in Kansas and a black person in France and a black person in Australia. You're gonna find things that you have common ground on due to your experiences. But like a white person from like, I don't know, a white person from New York is going to have like a completely different experience than like, I think a white person even like a couple states over, like, I don't know, in the Ozarks or something. And I think because of that lack of a cultural touchstone, because it's been so made into the default, they're looking for something to latch onto. And then I think that they think if they can grab it this way, then they'll belong to something. And I think that's one of the ways it manifests. The other way it manifests is like white guilt. But I think that's where, or you have the complete opposite where you're like, hey, how come we don't have a white pride or a white history month? And it's like, you don't need one. It's like, well, what about my culture? And it's like, okay, what's your culture? And they're like, I don't know. And it's like, well, first start with that. Get some connection to your roots, or better yet, your local community. Like, what do you as somebody from Chicago, somebody from New York, somebody from Nova Scotia, somebody from Louisiana. You have more in common with the people in your community than a white person does half a world away. You don't have that shared experience of, honestly, of having to experience the world as a racialized person. So what I don't know. Like what
No,
do you have
I
in common
get
with
you.
that person? I think just from I dated a very white person for like 7 or 8 years, and he changed a lot when we started dating, while we were dating. From the beginning to the end, he became like a lot more aware, a lot more compassionate. But he really struggled with his identity at the beginning. But now he's a lot more like in touch with his Italian heritage. He does a lot more Italian cooking. He's not always apologizing for being white. I like to think that I helped educate him, but he seems a lot more satisfied and happy in his identity since he's gotten in touch with his roots and he stopped trying to say I'm sorry that I'm white, which is not what anybody's asking for white people to do, I think.
Yeah, because I've definitely experienced that as well. I dated a white man, and it really, like, there would be certain things where I would have to, educate on. But I think what hit was we were talking about like the future one day, and he brought up kids, and I looked dead in his eyes and said, "You realize that if we have children, they will be half black and half white. And we will have to teach them multiple things that I don't know if you're ready for. Like, you'll have to have the police talk. You'll have to have depending on how, like, uh, pigmented they come out, like, if the melanin kicked in. Like, we're going to have a talk about what happens if you get profiled. We'll have to have, like a whole bunch of stuff that you never really had to deal with because you had the privilege of especially being a white male, just not having to deal with that in life, like
Yeah.
just automatically. And I think at that point it was like the wheels started turning, like, oh wait, oh, and that's when it started, like that, oh my goodness, identity switch kicked on. Because I will say this, that I've noticed, especially in America, white supremacy here is like an all-encompassing blob. It seeks to conform everybody, including white people. It seeks to conform, and I don't know if I know a lot of them do realize it and are willing to pay that price for the ease of conformity, but with the people that don't, you're gonna be in a rude awakening because like that's the goal of it.
I mean, yeah, whiteness is by definition a lack of race.
Yeah.
And those lines can be drawn wherever white supremacy decides to draw them. They've been drawn in different places than they are today, and unfortunately, if we keep going down the road we're going, they're probably going to be redrawn again within the next few years, I think, if we keep going down this road. And I mean, I could bring up that one quote, but I think you all know it, but there's not going to be anyone around to save your ass if you don't reach out to your local community and start protecting the most vulnerable people.
Amen.
Use your privilege while you have it to help the people around you.
Please do. And I know that there are other people waiting, so I won't take up any more of the time. If anybody has any last minute question, I will try to answer as quickly as possible. But thank you for having me on.
Thank you for coming, Kyla. It's always wonderful to have you.
Oh, thank you. Let's see, anybody else?
I think, yeah, my stream lag's a lot more reduced since I started using OBS. So if there's any questions, they pop up pretty quick.
Okay. Oh God, I have to figure out my streams and lag. Just
Yeah,
And
there
there's
is a
one
little toolbox that allows you to. Oh, what is it? It's auto configuration wizard in your tool.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll like read your internet speed and like give you the best it can give you based on your internet speed and your graphics card and all that. And I use that, and it's been a lot smoother for me since I started doing that.
Nice. I'm gonna have to do that because I want to make sure people can see Jumpstart third grade clearly when I go back to streaming
Oh,
that.
also, you have anything to plug? Because Kyla's also a
Oh,
YouTuber, you guys.
yes, I am. I'm a YouTuber. You might have seen me. I'm mainly on Ant's channel, Anthony Gramuglia. I'm mainly on like his channel a lot, but right now I have a video that's going to be coming out soon about Kendrick and the Super Bowl and kind of dissecting the performance.
Oh, boy.
And the most recent thing that I have out that's long form, if you want, is a dissection on the Zeus Network, which also kind of deals with a little bit of what we were talking about here, but also mainly with like Black women in media and how we're portrayed and stuff like that. So if you're interested, please give it a watch and please come over whenever you feel like it. I'll be glad to have you at the tea shop.
All right. Thank you so much, Kyla.
No problem. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Oof. Alrighty. I am going to address the chat. Go back up. Talk about the slur stuff. We were talking about you don't need to coddle. Yeah, I'm autistic. You don't need to coddle me or treat me like I'm a baby if I fuck up. I'm a grown ass and talk to me like an adult. Yep. I feel like that's like advocating for yourself, but it's also like taking responsibility, and I think that's really important. Ooh, yes. Movies involving autistic characters helped reinforce that behavior, like Unbreakable Boy, True Confession, and Sia's Music. Mm-hmm. The Good Doctor, anybody? The Big Bang Theory, anybody? Oh, yep, somebody bet you The Good Doctor. As a Brit, we really don't want the white Americans back. Fair enough. Well, I guess they're here to say. Yeah, the only ones saying, "Oh yeah, white people should just go back to Europe," are usually just being a reactionary to stir the pot. It's usually like other white people and like white supremacists putting words in the mouth of the native people. But yeah, getting attached to your like ethnic roots, but also getting attached to the community around you. Really good way to form an identity and to not feel that sense of disconnect from culture and feeling that loneliness. And it's part of decolonizing yourself, to be honest. Is forming those communities based on the people you share space with, based on any perceived rights to to take any perceived like manifest destiny or anything. Okay, I'm going to take the next person. Hello, hello.
Greetings and good evening, everyone.
Hello, can you introduce yourself?
Sure thing. I'm Blizzie the mayor, and yeah, and she, her, and pronouns. Sorry, long time community member and first time caller.
Yes, I see you around all the time. Now, what did you want to talk about today, Blizzie?
Well, the thing that came to my mind is that the thing about the whole privilege thing is that there's undeniably a whole class component to it.
Yes.
Because well, when we talk about all these issues, there's the factor that if you have privilege of class, that basically overrides any other disadvantage you could have, because if you are say black but have lots of money, well, and lots of capital to be exact, that suddenly does override lots of things that might disadvantage you otherwise.
Yeah, it can make up for I mean, I think you always will get treated differently amongst your peers in your class, but it does often make up for a lot. Money does, and class in general, and how you present your class. Because if you, well, we talked about like, oh well, I feel like I can't go out in the street because it's dangerous for me to just walk down to the corner store at night. If you have enough money that you don't need to walk down to that corner store, you're not even going to be thinking about that. You're going to be getting other people to do that for you. So I think it's complicated when it comes to race, because black people, for example, have had such a long history of being denied access to the upper class. But so I think that one's a little bit complicated, but it definitely doesn't hurt.
Yeah, and that also leads to the fact that usually these discriminatory hierarchies are, at least from the Marxist point of view, are also usually maintained because, well, frankly, they usually benefit class society at some point, because well, if you have say white people be afraid that brown people are gonna come and take their homes away, suddenly you are much more defensive against black people, and probably don't even realize that your own children aren't even owning their own houses anymore.
I mean, yeah, like everybody loves a scapegoat, especially when it comes to capitalism. Like, oh, it's actually migrants' fault that there's no jobs. Meanwhile, the bourgeoisie are lining their pockets. So, yeah, no, I absolutely get what you mean. It's just, yeah.
Indeed, because, well, it's that truth that the class is kind of the defining contradiction of our age.
Yeah.
In many ways.
I mean, yeah. I'm working class, I guess you could say, and so is my family, has been about as far back as you can look. And I grew up in a poor community, and I didn't really realize what classism was, because everybody else was also like living in trailer parks or like shitty like duplexes, right? So I didn't really understand what classism was until I moved to the city. And it's like when you meet people that are like in a class above you, the way that you're treated and the way it's like you're an alien to them, or like an animal, and you walk into their world and you just realize that it's like we live on two completely different planets. I just, the nature of the work that I've done over the years, I've met friends and acquaintances and coworkers that are kind of all over the place in terms of their class. I've been in houses whose living rooms like looked like museums, and I was afraid to touch things, and that's just their fucking house. And it's like, okay, so why am I here? And yeah, no, it really is one of those things that it kind of seems to overshadow all else, I think. But it's also Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, for the veteran person, I can actually, kind of see what you are talking about, because I did have this guy from the wealthy old money family in our high school when I was younger. I mean, he was a perfectly nice guy, but just looking at him, he was, kind of chiseled and all that kind of stuff, and played ice hockey and all that kind of stuff, and nowadays actually works as a CEO of a, I think fairly mid-sized national food manufacturing company.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Yep.
I also.
But
Go ahead, Blizzie. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. But yeah, the guy kind of, I don't know. Maybe in hindsight, thinking about it, I think he kind of saw me as some kind of class jester, even though.
Yeah.
Most of the time I was, basically, kind of, deadpan and serious about things, because, well, I mean, I do joke kind of a lot, but, I'm also kind of, it's, I don't know, this kind of dry sarcasm type of thing, I think.
Yeah, like the dry sort of deadpan, flat affect. But like, no, like the whole, like, you're kind of like a little creature or like a pet or like an entertainer to me is especially if it takes you a while to realize it, it's painful, I think, to realize that that's what you're thought of.
Yeah, the thing about this, I've only, realized it in hindsight, so yeah.
Or like how recently did you realize that?
Well, rather recently, in fact, because it's almost 10 years from since I was in high school. Well, actually, more like 15 at this point. Jeez.
Yeah. Oh, time! It keeps happening.
Yep. But yeah, I mean, I only realized it more recently because, well, I've only became more class conscious, as you say, more recently.
Yeah. Class consciousness is like an interesting, I think, topic to bring up with this, because I think like a good question you ask is like, who is really responsible for becoming, for kind of like holding out that olive branch. And I think that we often expect people of color to be the ones to step up first. But really, I think people of color tend to have the most to lose, because there has been a lot of times in the past that welcoming white people into those spaces goes very badly for those people of color. Because in the end, it's like, oh, well, it's actually better if I sell this person out. And, it gets messy. So, like, while class consciousness would be ideal, the sort of machine of racism and what it does to people and how it splits people apart, it ends up making so that I think a lot of people of color experience violence at the hands of white people because they're scapegoats by the lie of the culture war, if that makes sense.
Yep.
So if we're going to like, hey, black people, you need to like be class conscious and make this space accessible for white people too, and then they do that, and then that space is racist, because they allowed certain people to come in, then it's, you know, is it worth it for them to make that space when it's like, oh, we could just keep on going pursuing our own interests and not have to risk being victims of violent racism, you know?
I mean,
there's not an
it's
easy answer here, is the problem.
yeah, because the ideal answer would be that we would, you know, as a, you know, whole class of the whole class of proletariat would, as a collectively, you know, take that mantle. But unfortunately, especially in America, it's, you know, easier said than that done, especially because I did talk about this with my American friend lately, and she mentioned that the basically her, you know, analysis of the situation with the white American working class is that white American working class is kind of, you know, up its own ass in its own way, and I mean, I can, you know, see that and well, from what I've heard, I can see that, but also that might be a bit of a harmful generalization in one other way too, when you think about it.
I mean, it can be, but again, like, there has been enough precedent in the past, and like they wield white privilege against people of color in a way that can very materially, very quickly come and bite them in the ass.
Yep. So that's why it's, you know, up to the, you know, people over, you know, that side of the pond to ultimately formulate what we should do and go and do about it. And well, I mean, I can only give my, you know, educated opinion, which is only as educated as it can be, and alienate from the material conditions that are over there, because well, as you can probably notice from the accent, I actually live in the Northern Europe.
Yeah. I think that, like, what it comes down to is it's not going to be easy. I think that, like, a lot of people dream that there's going to be this big violent upheaval and revolution that happens and everything's going to be solved. But it's unfortunately going to take a lot of hard work, and it's probably not going to be done in our lifetimes. But I think as a human race we can get there, and I really believe in the idea of that, like, you should plant trees today that will grow long after you're gone, which, you know, means that you should make efforts to make the world a better place, even after you're no longer in it. I think it's really important that just we as a society do that. I think that's, you know, kind of what we evolved to do, so to speak, is to better ourselves and keep doing that until we can't anymore. And I think that we still have a lot of capacity for good as a society left in us. So I'm pretty optimistic, but it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to, you know, make a wager, there's probably a good chance it would require very, you know, several downfall of the America, because it's currently the hegemonic superpower, only hegemonic superpower left on Earth. So I wager it will require, unfortunately, a drastic downfall that this kind of thing would come to
Yeah.
pass, and people could build a better future. But I really hope I'm wrong with this one. And
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I also don't think it's going to be entirely painless, so to speak. Like, I do
Oh,
think that
absolutely
there is
not.
gonna. I think people are like, oh, so you believe in slow, gradual change within the system? No, not really. I don't think that we're ever going to get anywhere like that. But that doesn't mean that the opposite answer is just kill everybody in power and then everything will be fixed. Those aren't the. It's not a binary option. Will people suffer? Will things get worse before it gets better? Probably. Is it still worth doing? Absolutely. And we should try to be as kind to each other as possible and support our communities as much as we can. And I think something really important for progressives and leftists is don't worry as much about the big picture. The best thing you can do if you want to make a difference is walk out your front door and, like, I don't know, go help the local soup kitchen, go help some aid organizations. Like, there's so much that you can do in your community, and it will affect the real people that you talk to every day. In ways like you will affect lives, like real living people. It's not just going to be $6 you donated to that one organization that, like, disappears into whatever and just becomes part of a big pot. If you help your local community, you can get food for a family right now. You can drive someone to their appointment that helps them get life-saving medication right now. Like, there's things you can do right now that make a big difference. And I just encourage people to go out and do that if they feel kind of like, what do I do? Like, how do I help? There are ways you can help.
In general, I also, I'm a big advocate of actually, going outside and, working within your community and for your community, because that's the actual way you can affect the things.
Yep.
Indeed.
Was there anything else that you wanted to talk about, Blizzie?
No, I think that was it. That was it.
All right. Well, thank you so much for calling.
Well, yeah. Thank you for having me. And well, I don't have any pluckables myself, but well, as they say, stay healthy and hydrated, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
Especially
so
in
much.
these dark times.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, and have a good rest of the night.
Thank you. Alrighty. All right, I'm gonna address chat, and then we're gonna go on to the next caller. Because people were talking about the male loneliness epidemic, and there's that comment, and then there's a comment by Kyla that I'd like to address. I think the male loneliness epidemic is very similar to when we were talking about Rachel Dolezal and people like her and people that are like, where's my white pride? And I think what it comes from is that, like, I don't think it's caused by a lack of romantic relationships. I really don't. But when you think of a group of women for women, you're typically going to think pro-feminist spaces. They are, as a rule, inclusive most of the time, unless you get into, like, weird, turfy, white feminist spaces. But, like, most groups for women intentionally are casting a wide net, trying to include as many people that feel a connection to femininity as possible. On the other hand, when you think of a group of men for men by men. That's not what we think of. We think of a group of exclusion. We think of terms like the old boys club, where the point is that you have to meet a certain requirement, and if you don't meet it, are you really a real man? You don't belong here. Trans men, black men, autistic men, they're typically not welcome in those spaces, especially if it's obvious. Even like a group of, even like spaces that are made for marginalized men, to do something as simple as like hook up, like a bathhouse, typically aren't very welcome of trans men, or you'd have things no fats, no femmes, no Asians. Whereas you go to a lesbian bar, fucking they love butches. And that's like another interesting thing to talk about, is how we classify gay men versus how we classify lesbians. Like lesbians, the identities that they typically form are based on their social role and how they perform their gender and the style in which they dress, the way they cut their hair, the fashion they wear, the romantic or sexual role they occupy. Whereas gay men, typically the roles that they label themselves, it's very exclusive and it's based entirely on your body type. Like a twink, a bear, like an otter. These are about your body types. And then on top of that, assumptions are made about the kind of sex that you'll have, the people you'll have it with, what position you'll take. And then like you factor in stuff like race, again, no fats, no femmes, no Asians. People are really weird about black men in the gay community. Yeah. And all that is to say is that's not the fault of women. That's the patriarchy. And it's how the patriarchy was formed. It was by coming up with this idea, this very narrow idea of what a man is and what they should be, and they need to conform to this or else they get rejected. Trans people tend to occupy a very interesting perspective there. Trans women aren't really treated as men or women. They're treated as this other thing. And it shifts and changes based on what is convenient for the people talking about them. Usually to the detriment of that trans person, unfortunately. Ooh, also from talking about how women are invading male safe spaces like work, gaming, community, or other male-dominated spaces. Hi, I'm Krim. I'm a millennial. I've been playing video games since the 90s. Since I was 4 years old, at least. That's when I first remember consciously playing video games, but I already knew how to play, so I think that my mom fucking started sticking a controller in my hands when I was younger than that. But yeah, I absolutely had issues connecting. There's like this assumption that you're not as good. You're not given controllers much. It's fascinating in that way how you're treated. But like I've always been a gamer, longer than some people who identify as gamers have been alive, to be honest. But I got pushed out of those spaces my entire life, and I still am. But anyway, nobody's trying to take anything from you, boys. They just want to play video games. Anyway. Who is next? Okay. Next person is coming. Hello.
Oh, it's me. It's me. Okay. One, is my mic good?
Yeah, your mic's fine.
Okay. I was playing Breath of the Wild and I got startled.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. How you doing tonight?
It's okay. I am doing great, actually. I have been enjoying this stream, and I've had so much to talk about.
All right.
So,
So, can you introduce yourself first?
hello, I am Angel, and I go by just about any gender, but primarily she, her. But I'm okay with anything except it. It is not my sort of thing. I know it's your thing, though.
Yes, I'm a little creature. I'm just a little guy.
You are a creature. You are the creature. But
Alright, now,
anyways,
what did you want to talk about, Angel?
a lot of it was me realizing, okay, so my naivete earlier made me realize about my own privilege, because I admit I have class privilege because I am very much not middle class. Is middle class?
There's
Brain not working.
So there is working class, which are people that have to sell their labor for a living. Like, it's usually somebody that has a wage. Middle class, it's kind of a new thing, but upper class are basically people that own capital. So like, oh, I own a business. It gets complicated because when dear old Marxy boy wrote this was before the Industrial Revolution, really. So like, you typically have the proletariat who are selling their labor power so that they can live, and then you have the bourgeoisie who own things and make a profit off of exploiting the proletariat. And the middle class, typically as defined, are like people that have a profession. Again, it's so complicated because there's a bunch of different definitions, but it's like, oh, I am a teacher, or I am a doctor, or I am a this, I am a that. They're typically thought of as middle, like lawyers, like people that have a profession that is considered useful, that they were trained for, and they profit off of their knowledge and their expertise.
Okay, that is very much my dad, because my dad works IT and some other company. I can't pretend that I understand it, because I am like, I may be a millennial, but I don't understand tech half of the time. But anyways, actually works as a sped teacher, so she's seen firsthand a lot of the ableism, a lot of the kids who are less fortunate. And I grew up, and it's kind of cool because, in a way, because when I was 10, I was diagnosed with autism. And I had been homeschooled most of my life due to the fact that they didn't really want to accommodate for my needs at the time. I didn't really know I was autistic until, well, again, said diagnosis. And I've kind of worn that as oddly a badge of honor, but also as kind of a thing that hinders me a lot. It's like, I'm proud, but I'm not, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And so when my little thing came up, when I was like, I'm bisexual, but fortunately I can just mask it. It's just, I also work at a school. I work as a crossing guard, so I don't make as much as mom. And the best thing about me being a crossing guard is that they actually do accommodate for my needs.
Yep.
I am sensory, so loud noises are a absolute no.
Yep.
Which is ironic because I listen to loud music, but either way.
But you control you control the loud music, so it's different.
Yeah, exactly. If I can control the if I can control the noise, it's fine. But if I can't control the noise, it's not.
I don't know how this is so difficult for some people to get.
I know, right? It's like, how can you not get it? It's like, I'm the one in control, not you. Anyways, so my thing about earlier, sorry if I'm repeating myself, I may also be ADHD. I have not got that diagnosed.
Don't worry about it. What's up? What's up?
Exactly. So it made me realize that throughout I've been seeing my own privileges stripped because I live in the greatest state in the world of Texas. Woohoo! I hate it here. Cough,
Uh,
cough, cough.
so like
No,
in
I'm
what
being
way?
sarcastic.
In what ways have you been seeing
Well,
those get taken from you?
okay, so like I said, I may be gender fluid, but I am very much cis passing. But I'm also cis passing as a woman because I am AFAB. And a lot of the women's rights here have been stripped, such as Roe versus Wade. Um, we have the stupid law of if you want your tubes tied, you have to talk to your husband and you have to have 2 kids. And bless my best friend's heart, he wanted to pass off as my husband to help me get that sort of surgery to get my tubes tied. But unfortunately, we would have to have the certificate.
Hmm. By the
I,
way,
I,
I'm getting a little bit of echo in like from feedback from your Discord notifications. Just an FYI.
how do you turn that off?
If you go into Do Not
I'm
Disturb,
using
it'll just turn it off.
know that. Uh-oh, what did I do? What did I do?
You're still here.
Okay. I had accidentally pressed the wrong button. Discord has been acting up all day for me, so if anything happens, I am sorry.
No worries. No worries. Yeah,
Let's
it kind of like harkens back to how when I was talking to Kyla, we were talking about how like the lines of who was considered white can be redrawn wherever white supremacists want to draw it. Like that's like a decision that's made
yeah, and
consciously.
I'm whiter than an albino polar bear.
I mean, yeah, I don't think that specifically is an issue, but I think it's more that like, oh,
Yeah,
like cis women, we've been, like has been on the rise, has been getting a lot of rights in the past few decades, and now all of a sudden are getting a bunch of them taken away again. And
exactly. Like any sort
ridiculous.
of gender affirming care, or because I live in Texas, there's even talks, like not in every city, because fortunately, where I live is fairly left leaning. Not always, but it's fairly left leaning. But some places are talking about getting rid of birth control because that could obviously lead to the whole abortion thing. We don't want that. Ugh.
That's really scary because a lot of people depend on that to function. It's
Exactly.
not just about sex, it's about like regulating hormones and stuff. So it's scary when like your health care is just at risk. And like I have a
Metal.
friend. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just reading something Metalman said. Time to marry your friend slash J.
Yeah.
We love each other, but we also couldn't stand being in the same place with each other. We get exhausted at conventions.
But yes. Yes, what was I saying? I don't even remember. I forgot. Um dang.
I I don't know. I am so sorry.
It's okay. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's my brain. It's not your fault. But I think that
My
like
brain too.
yes, okay, I remember what I was gonna say. I think no, it's gone. Yeah, okay, so okay. Now another thing that gets frustrating is like when like women are complicit in removing their own rights. Something that I think is
Mhm.
I don't know if this is coming if it's popping off in the States, but I'm sure everybody here has heard of a little book called The Handmaid's Tale. And
Oh,
is
that's been
aware.
popping off.
Yeah, it was written by a Canadian. Margaret Atwood is Canadian.
My mom's read it.
So
I have yet to read it. I need to though.
it's a lot, and the show is even harder to watch. It's rough. And
Oh, I've seen some of the show.
and an interesting character in it is Serena, who was like the trad wife, like was advocating, or she said she's a trad wife, advocating for women to be domestic, but really she was the more dominant one in her marriage. She was a writer, and she was complicit in the oppression of women, and for some reason thought she'd be an exception, and is now not only not listened to and like basically a prisoner in her own home, but she's not only not allowed to write, she's not even allowed to read.
Yeah, it's the whole leopards eating faces party. You think because you
Yeah.
have privileges, you think because you're for this person, suddenly and then suddenly those rights get taken away. It's like, wait, I thought I was special because I voted for you. And I've actually seen this within my own side of the family. Well, not my parents. My parents are actually very progressive, which is ironic because I haven't come out to them as gender fluid yet. It's just because I'm not ready.
Yep.
I'm not even 100% sure. But anyways, my aunt is a very interesting case. She's something. She's one of those people who thinks Trump is the Messiah. Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh, yeah, she's one of those people. Anyways,
Yeah, let's keep it
but
focused
she's
on the
also
privilege stuff. Yes, go ahead.
yeah, anyways, so actually was relevant because she's one of those people who is on things like welfare. And the more that things like welfare is getting stripped, that's going to affect her too, but I just don't think she sees it because coming back to the Handmaiden's Tale thing, she thinks, oh, because I am for these people who are obviously going to save me because I'm the exception and not the rule. Obviously this isn't going to affect me. Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it absolutely is.
I mean, look at how people like Blair White are treated. And I
Yeah.
don't like the guy. But Ben Shapiro, get the fuck out of there! Get out of there! They're gonna fucking eat you. They're gonna fucking eat you like a fucking M&M. Get the fuck out of there, idiots!
You just run,
like
please,
you think?
Please.
You think like you? What do you? I don't know. You think that these people aren't gonna turn around and reveal that like half, if not all of them, are fucking Nazis? Like, get out of there,
Right?
dude! You fucking idiot! Stop! You're gonna get yourself killed.
You're not gonna.
As
Right?
soon as
Like,
they, because that's how
like-
fascism works, right? Once you take care of
Exactly.
all of your enemies, then you find a new enemy, and it usually is someone that used to be in the in group. And people like Shapiro are going to be amongst the first people they come after. Dude,
Right?
like, get out of there,
And with
dummy. Go ahead.
exactly. And one of the things that's also concerning me specifically, you know how earlier I said I sometimes I kind of wear my autism thing as my my blah, 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 sorry, my autism as kind of a badge of honor. Well, that's been kind of getting harder lately due to things like Project 2025 or even the DEI laws that have been coming into place, especially here in good old sweet Texas. Yeah. And as things go on, it's becoming harder and harder to be myself. And
Yeah.
it's just very like I don't know, it's really weird that I can't say, I'm bi proudly, or I'm autistic proudly, even though I have my struggles being an autistic person, and I'll never deny that. I also find that my own autism has kind of helped me in several different ways, like memorizing random video game history and trivia, and randomizing, or randomizing? What? Memorizing several different things, and it's even helped me with my own GED because I dropped out, unfortunately. Part of it was my fault, but a part of it is learning disability, and um a lot of that whole memorization of my interests helped me out with math. Things like area. I just imagine Minecraft. Um things like percentages, which I was surprisingly good at. I am an avid shiny hunter, and I actually have calculated a lot of those percentages before just to see how over odds or under odds I am with certain hunts.
I mean, I think a lot of it's like I would never. If somebody asked me like tomorrow if I could be cis or I could be allistic or I could be straight or I could be this or I could be that, I'd say no. I just don't want like ableism or like racism or transphobia to exist. I don't want to not be those things. That's who I am, and I don't know who I'd be without it. But like, that's not the part that's.
Exactly.
I mean, like, granted, autism can really fucking suck sometimes, especially when like you get
I will
overstimulated
never
and
deny
stuff.
that.
But like, we also
I
like
hate being overstimulated.
a major factor of why that happens to us is because we don't live in a world that's made for us.
We don't.
And that's usually where the issue comes in. So.
Oh, you lucky metal mint. I am so bad at Rubik's cubes. How did you do it?
Oh, Metalman's been anyway. Let's keep it focused. Metalman's been pretty into the Rubik's cubes in the
ADHD
server.
moment. Yes, I am so sorry.
Anyway, no, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm just trying to keep things on topic. Was there anything else you wanted to say on the topic of privilege and stuff?
There was like one more thing, and it's just like kind of funny. Before I got onto the call, I had to tell mom that I'm going to be on this stream, so I'm going to be slightly busy, and I told her about it's a stream about the video about privilege, and she was like, "Oh, you're definitely privileged, white woman."
I mean, like,
and I'm like, "Get started, mom. You're not wrong, but you're not right either."
I mean, I think it's good to have opinions from people of all different walks of life when it comes to this sort of thing, because like this isn't like me interviewing. It's like, hey, when were you the most depressed? It's more, you know, I kind of think of it of like how you would have a discussion in like a classroom or something where like you're all just kind of learning together and figuring out what everybody's perspective is, and then hopefully by talking about it and working it out, everybody comes away knowing a little bit more than when they came.
Yeah, exactly.
So like everybody's welcome at this table. So when I have these streams, it's nice when I get, you know, messages and requests to be on from people who have lived experience or especially just have a different experience than I do. But like everybody's welcome.
Yeah.
So yeah, you don't have to feel bad about being here.
That's good, because sometimes I think I get a little too off topic because my brain works faster than my mouth.
That's okay.
But anyways,
I'm the host. It's my job to just keep it on topic. You did just fine.
thank you. That's actually reassuring to know. But yeah, so hopefully, maybe next paycheck, I can see if I can join the Patreon. It would probably, I think if I do, you are going to be the first person I join Patreon on, because I don't know how that darn website works. I will be 100% honest.
I should probably set up channel memberships at some point, but there's like a whole approval process I have to do. But yes, it just starts at $1 a month, and then yeah, you can stay even if you stop paying. So Patreon link in the description down below, chat. Just a little, just casually mentioning it since it's relevant.
Yes.
Do you have anything to plug or anything?
I do have a Blue Sky. It's called Angel's Adorable Art. It's all one word. I have my YouTube channel, which is Angel's Art and Gaming, which uploads once every blue moon because I can't keep anything consistent. Rise. And that's about it. I do have Instagram, but I've been using that less and less these days. And I've only been using it to share One Piece memes with my best friend, the same best friend who wanted to pose as my husband to help me. Again, sweetest guy on the universe.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming by, Angel.
Yeah, thank you. It was an honor.
Yeah.
I love you guys. I love you and Ant and Sai and all of them.
Thank you. We love you too, random citizen.
Team Tism forever.
All right. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you, Metalman. Stuff is wonderful, and it has so much of what I've wanted to see by streamers of this variety. I appreciate you. Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm not defending Ben Shapiro, to be fair. Patooey. I'm just saying that it's very frustrating watching people work against their own best interests and be so fucking gross about it. So, what do you think is going to happen, my dude? The same thing that you're doing to people right now, they're going to start doing to you. And if you had, one iota of self-preservation in your body, you'd see the writing on the wall. But anyway. Couldn't watch the Handmaid's Tale show because the guy who played the commander was too young and normal looking. It's the young and normal looking ones that really, they're the ones that tend to be able to get away with that kind of stuff the most. Any comments on generational privilege, for example, millennial versus baby boomer? Again, it's complicated. Somebody that's black or queer or indigenous that is of the baby boomer generation is probably actually going to be kind of fucked over. Because baby boomers for indigenous people, they were the ones getting scooped, forced into, adopted out of their families, experienced a lot of cultural genocide, and black people in the 50s and the 60s famously were treated very poorly. Queer people also treated very poorly. There was the AIDS epidemic that wiped out a lot of people. It's very complicated. But we'll bring on the next person. I think that's here, let's go. Hello. Can you introduce yourself to the class, please?
Yes, hello. I am the silly Asian man in your phone in your pocket. I am aside that I am a trans mask East Asian. I am also a furry and an artist.
We get to know your name.
I have. I I keep forgetting to do that because like a lot of us here, practically everyone is already familiar with me. But yes, hello, I am a furry. I go by Val. Um, and man, there is a lot on my mind in regards to the topic of privilege, the intersections of privilege, of how that is assigned, perpetuated in several different contexts for that matter. But I am struggling. I am struggling to figure out which topic of subject I could bring
I-
to the table.
I just remembered that I totally forgot to answer Kyla's comments. Shit!
Mhm.
Fuck! A lot of black people are class conscious, but once again, going into intersectionality, we can't ignore the system that helps make black people disadvantaged with money. Once again, speaking from the USA. Yeah, like I said, classism is a big problem, but there's so many factors going into how that intersects with racism and how racism perpetuates classism and works hand in hand with it, and how black people are often blocked from sort of climbing the ladder, so to speak. So, yeah. Yeah, it's complicated. Privilege, intersection, there's no easy answers here. So yes, Kylie, thank you. Yeah, no, I agree. I hope I made that clear. Sorry that I forgot to address it. Okay, sorry about that, Val. Eating into your time, your precious time. What's up, Pookie? What do you want to talk about?
It's okay. Sure. Before Crib, I cannot say this with you today. The way that you just called me Skrunkly and Pookie here, it's just reminding me of that TikTok going around, of this poor like white Target employee. She's just trying to like clean up like clothes that fell onto the floor, and this guy who's filming, he's like, "It's okay, Pookie," like so casually.
I just want all of my friends to know that I look at them as a wet little cat that I want to scruff and dry off with a towel. That's the vibe. Anyway, go ahead. I we're getting distracted.
Okay. So on the topic of privilege, before I decide whether this topic is appropriate for your platform or not, I just want to touch base with you real quick. Do you think it's fine to discuss the topic of racial triangulation on your channel here?
I just need to double check that it is what I think it is. 1 second, I'm Googling something. I think I know what it is. I think if it's what I think it is, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, so is it just to clarify, because I have a lot of comments on this too.
Sure.
It's like when two marginalized races are kind of like pitted against each other, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Yeah,
that is
yes.
exactly what it is.
Okay, because holding hands with you, same hat. All right. Yes, absolutely. We could talk about that. And if anybody else wants to talk about it later, we're gonna let Val say his piece. But if anybody else is like comments on it, we'll take some, because it's a big spicy meatball topic. So yeah. All right, let's go, Val.
Yeah. I just wanted to bring this up just because like I come from like a really like low income area, and throughout my life experiences, at least living in the United States for as long as I have, like I always had like very good pleasant experiences with like other people of color. so like like obviously growing up and then learning about the thing that is the myth of the model minority, and how we see some remnants of it in our current culture, even though they are leftovers of like systematic racism, um, from the 19th century, especially. This systematic white fear, that people of color um, cannot succeed, or to especially jab down at one people of the margins, by claiming, or putting another marginalized group like kind of like this like good boy pedestal of like, oh, look at, look at how civil they are. Why can't, why can't black people be like that? Why can't Latinos be like that?
Before
Because
we go much further, I just want to give
yeah.
a content warning to you folks. This is going to get dark. I can pretty much guarantee it. I don't know.
We're gonna try to be gentle about it. Like we're gonna try.
Yeah, we'll be. It might go places. If places make you uncomfortable, I'm sure you can fill in the blanks there. Might be a good time to say goodbye. I won't hold it against you, but like we might be going places that are a little fucked up. I know this what I want to add goes into that, but you go ahead for now, Val. But I just wanted to give people a warning in case it got into whoops-a-daisy territory a little bit faster than I could kind of warn people. But yes, continue.
Sure. It is weird, at least with my experiences, just like just like being a teenager, being an artist, being super into like anime, and like all that, but then kind of being put into this like this weird this weird position where like I'm not exactly white, but like I'm not exactly quote like a person of the margins either. I did remember seeing not long ago, I can't even believe that PBS was trying to dignify this, but there was the factor of economic success, that white supremacy is trying to highlight among people of color, and what what does bother me about this in regards to like recent things that I've noticed, it's when I see like TikToks of like, let's say there is a sport event, there was a hockey event, I believe, taking place in Canada. I believe there was an American team there, and when the American anthem was playing, a bunch of Canadians started booing, because this was like after what happened with the 2024 election. Obviously, with everything going on with the tariffs, I don't blame Canadians for being upset. But then I saw another TikTok where this time it was a Japanese baseball stadium, and the American anthem was playing. Then I go look in the comments, and there's like what I could be assuming is like centrists. They're like political centrists or like diet Republicans being like, look at how civil these Japanese people are. They're not protesting. They're not booing. Why can't protests be as civil as this? Why can't we just get along? It's that. Uh, like apparently protesting is seen as it's seen as this transgressive act that is to be taboo, apparently. And I see this weird thing, where not long ago during COVID-19, the coronavirus was called like the Chinese virus, the kung flu, what have you. But then
fucking weird.
literally as recent. Yeah, but then like as recently as like this past week, I see like comments on TikTok where suddenly people are putting Asian people on this pedestal. whenever it suits them very comfortably. And so I just wasn't really sure, like, how else, how else do I go on about, like, effectively applying my privilege if I have any at all? Because, like, again, like, this is what racial triangulation does. It is this theory, for anyone at home who doesn't know what it's about. It is a theory developed by Claire Jean Kim. They argued, just through observation of how, like, white supremacy and these systems, their end game is to distract people of color, to start pitting them against each other instead of, like, acknowledging the problems are rooted in white supremacy. So people think the model minority myth, in theory of that myth, if you are going to dignify it, it is the theory that, like, there are just some people of color who are, like, much more virtuous, or, like, much more inherently smarter or hardworking than the other, or whatnot. But when really the reality of this application is that, like, it is white supremacists. They are picking a group of the margins to be the sacrificial lamb, to kind of be pitted, or to be used, like this group to be weaponized against another. It is similarly, this is to, like, how like, white elitists of the upper class, they convinced poor white people that they are still much more superior than another, like, man of color, or maybe because they are, like, religious too, they are, somewhat superior in some way, and therefore it counts. It's this weird, like, purity testing. But really, this is designed to limit as much accessibility to everyone who is not white, because, again, whiteness couches very much on the lack of identity. Before we like, just talk about this any further, I am also curious on your thoughts on the matter, Krim.
Yes.
We are holding hands here.
I have a big fat opinion and thoughts about this one. As an indigenous person, as a native person, the way that native people are spoken of in reference to other races is fucking crazy, dude. Historically,
I don't know this, but also I'm curious of the tea.
Okay, so, like, this is, again, I don't know how much people outside of my community have experienced this or heard people talk about this or know what I'm talking about. So, like, if this sounds relevant to you, like, let me know. But, like, historically, there has been racial triangulation going on with Black people and Indigenous people. And you hear these things saying, it's like, oh, well, you know what? Native people owned slaves. Or Native people will hear, oh, well, Black people were collecting Indian scalps too. And it's like this effort to be like, you can't find an ally in this person because they did something bad to you in the past. And it's usually that it was a result of white colonialism, kind of coming in, changing the rules, and yeah, that's a big one. But you also get a lot of, and I hate this, and I hate that I'm seeing this more and more, going back to the whole land back thing, and ICE. Oh, well, how are they going to deport Indians? How are they going to deport natives? This is where they're from. Bitch, ICE is coming for the natives too. There's been people reporting that native people are getting seized by ICE and their fucking heads are getting shaved. That harkens back to something really uncomfortable that happened only a couple decades ago within my lifetime. Like that's a problem, right? And it's interesting that and it's always kind of been like, oh, we're not serious, we're just joking, it's not a big deal. But it's always like this undercurrent of like, this person isn't your ally, this person is different from you, native people are not affected by racism in the same way that other people of color are. And or even they'll say it's like, oh, well, native people want you gone off of this land because it's theirs, they want to take it from you, you know. This weird, yeah. So I can relate to it a lot in that way specifically. I don't think that there's any race that natives have not been triangulated against in North America in that way. So I don't know, what do you think?
That my god, that's insane. This what you described feels like a fever dream, but I hate that for you, just because it's like it is an unfortunate reality. Like this is like the fact that like none of this is a bit. And it's, you know, it's a thing that's also like observed within our modern culture and how we talk about different people of the margins like this. Oh my god. I am losing my mind. um I just happened to like bring up this racial triangulation thing just because um I'm so glad that like Boggle helped helped explain this to me. Just like why white people, um why they are so desperate to find some identity to cling on to, because the theory of whiteness is like the lack of a race.
Mm-hmm.
So like obviously with pop culture within the last few decades, where like, yeah, you know, things such as like representation, and our at least the efforts that that the Democrats and left-leaning party, of how, yeah, like, you know, we started making a thing to show just like a you know, a person with some melanin on screen, and telling our broader population that like, yeah, like, you know, they're cool, you know, not, you know, you know, it's not something to make a huge spectacle out of it, you know. um and normalizing that. But I think what also just like happens with like obviously with like some white people that I've also like came across is
ICE
that like
violate
they like to
constitutional and human
mistake
rights by design,
ethnic
not by
heritage with
coincidence.
cultural heritage. It's the whole like 23andMe thing that I've seen like some of them get really weird about. They're like, oh yeah, like I am like 2% indigenous. You know, they're like, oh, I am like 15% this, and they suddenly think they pass this weird like unspoken um quota of like
Mm-hmm.
marginalized.
I mean,
But it's weird though. Um
I
just
mean,
because like
don't.
again,
Sorry, go ahead.
just just because it's like Mothra and I, in a different VC, when we watched the film Get Out, um, Mothra touched on this really well. But it's this idea that like white people, they want to be like people of color, but they don't want want the responsibility of our heritage. Like they don't want the stigma tied to it. They don't want the discrimination that we have to go through our during our lifetimes. It's it's like, hey, now that it's hip to be this thing or that thing. I'm pretty sure with the indigenous side too, there's things like Burning Man and the appropriation of indigenous clothing. Um,
I think it's also Get Out is an interesting thing to mention.
yes.
Considering Stephen Yoon's character and the relationship that I think Black people and Asian people have had to the historic West. I think casting an Asian man in that role was deliberate.
Yes. Yes, it was. Yes.
And yeah.
Which like I am more than happy to also like explain like why there's also just like microaggressions that like other people of color can be vulnerable to making that mistake of. Because man, when I saw that casting, I'm like, that's just my dad being being casually racist.
I mean, I think we should make sure that we stick on the topic of privilege specifically, but
right.
Yeah. Yeah. There could be so much
just...
talked about with that, but like, yeah, let's stay on the topic of privilege and how at the end of the day, it's what it is. It's white people trying to convince that the other guy has a leg up on you. It's crabs in the bucket. That's what they're trying to create an environment of. Hoping that we'll pull each other down and before we ever get out, I think.
Yeah. And I think God, like, yeah, this is just like a weird thing that like I mean, thankfully I myself, like, I never like fell into like the emotional like seductions of like the promised privilege that comes with like being a model minority. Like I've been in my personal experiences, like maybe it has to do with my appearance as well, just because like I am someone who's like deemed conventionally attractive. But like I noticed with my own experiences, like just for some reason I was granted like a few cool things, just because like, you know, I was attractive, I was Asian enough for it, I was charismatic enough for it, when really I was just code switching.
Yeah.
But like I noticed that like, hey, like because I guess for some reason the white people around me, they also buy into this subconscious bias of a model minority, that like I was able to be given some like social privileges that like even I don't see being granted to some like of my white counterparts too. Like it is bizarre, but like it is this model minority thing that like I personally myself I just never got comfortable with. Just because, you know, like I just think about my friends and my neighbors, and I'm like, hey, you know, if I'm cool and I, you know, why can't these people be cool? It's
I think it also kind of sets people up to fail, because I think that like you can't live up to that expectation. And then when you inevitably fail all these unrealistic expectations that are put on you, all of that goodwill and treatment just goes away. You have to be... Sorry, this is hitting a little too close to home right now. You have to be this... You have to be this version of yourself that is acceptable to other people. And if you don't perform that, you're treated like garbage. Like if, like, I'm sure, like, there's so many stereotypes that go on with like the Asian model minority thing. But what if you're not smart? What if you're kind of rambunctious and loud? And what if you're like emotional in a way that could intimidate somebody? What if you're not attractive? What if you have dark skin? What if you all of these things that like push you outside of that idealized version of this model minority, or for anybody, just like this idealized version of like a trans person or a black person or an autistic person. Like, it's so conditional on whether you're not your differences are going to be celebrated, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Just because, like, you know, like, as a teenager, yeah, like, before, like, before society, um, really trained me well, to like, not be as loud and goofy, like before I really had to hone in, the art of masking. Yeah, like, I was like a brown Asian. I like to play outside a lot. So like, I just got tan. Um, I was a little more like overweight. I was like all of these things that were like against the stereotype, or like this unspoken criteria of what is like quote like a good um acceptable Asian is supposed to look like. And then and I was treated terribly. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I was bullied nonstop. Also doesn't help that like my parents like to blame me for a lot of these things. um,
Yeah.
just because yeah, just because like whew, like mainland Asians are very like pull yourself up by the bootstraps. We're in America now. Like get over yourself. Like it's that. Um, and just being told that like every grievance that I had, or every problem that I was struggling with, that was like a little too more like that it was a little too chronic for it to just be like a one time problem, really. Being told that these were faults of my own, and it was more of a reflection of me and not really like the systems around me, or or the institutions around me, for that matter. um yeah, like it is a horrible experience, but then like once just out of anxiety in my own, I want to say I did this more as like a, as a self-defense mechanism, ultimately, above all, above all else. um I spent a very long time assimilating
Mm-hmm.
much. Um and then suddenly I I am met with some privileges that I never would have thought in my entire life I would have ever been granted. Like if you had told me 10 years ago that I was going to be on TV, that I was going to show up in like quite a few like cosplay interviews, and mentioned in articles, um I like I would not have believed you. I would not have believed a second of it. Um but like I never really like quote like gave into the temptations of like these conditional celebrations, as like Eurocentric like circles have believed it to be, just because like things like fat phobia fat phobia is really whack in the cosplay community too. And like being a former like plus size person, I'm like, hey, that doesn't sit well with me. Like I don't like seeing people like being excluded. Um it's just it's just a really horrible feeling to really experience when I see that happen to other people. So yeah, I don't know. You are very right on the money about like these supposed uh moments of celebration of our differences. The fact that it's so conditional and it's very transactional,
Yep.
that is the bigger problem of racial triangulation, or just like really any system that promises prosperity in regards to like hey, we will open the doors of our boys club, if you're one of the good ones, as they say. Like I think there is like there is painful nuance that comes with like the emotional or psychological motivations of grifters, like of of people like Blair White or Ben Shapiro, people who are also of the margins, but they are actively working against their own like best interests. And like how much how much are they really going to be flirted or complimented by like this idea that there is like quote a good one, when like no, white supremacy doesn't look at all of us like that. White supremacy only rewards a very, very specific type of like able-bodied like upper class like Christian nationalistic white person.
And I think this harkens back some of the things that we were talking about at the beginning, where it's like if you have to hide a part of who you are, you have privilege. If it's conditional, if you only get that privilege if you perform things in the correct way, and you hide everything that they would find displeasing away, like can it be said that you truly have that privilege? I think is a fair thing to talk about.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I I never really sat with the mono-minority myth, just because it's like like okay, so I am also looking in the comments. There's someone mentioning like basically positive stereotypes. Somewhat Adrian Parchman. It's just worse considering that like some of these positive stereotypes, they were designed and implemented and perpetuated by white people onto some people of color, as a form of weaponization. um this is painful, just because it's like I love all kinds of people, especially especially my Afro-American and my Latino like friends within my area. And yeah.
There, if the thing is that there like are also quote unquote positive stereotypes against Black people too, and I think if we can acknowledge that those often hurt more than they can help, that Black women are strong more, and the Black women are more resistant to injury, and they're more this and they're more that. It makes it sound like they're these superhumans, and then not being able to live up to that expectation hurts them, and they're not allowed to be soft, like Kyla was saying earlier. And like, if I have heard so many people, and it's so cruel, make jokes when like an Asian person says something that's kind of dumb, and it's like, are you even really Asian? Like, it's like, shut the fuck up. It's not the funny joke that you think it is. But yeah, the pain resistance is literally just a result of medical mistreatment being very gentle with the wording during slavery. Yeah, no, absolutely. And like the intelligent Asian stereotype often is used to make it seem like Asian people are scheming, and that they're they're always got a plan, and they're gonna fuck you over or something. Like that's I've seen that play out.
Right. It's like this white person assuming that like me as an Asian person, because apparently I'm so smart, I'm gonna pull like a anime megane moment. It's like, oh, it is all according to plan, all according to keikaku.
Like this, there's this idea that like they're gonna take financial. They're shrewd and gonna take financial disadvantage of you. Is a stereotype that I often see. So, yeah. Those quote unquote positive stereotypes can be used to hurt and make some pretty gross assumptions about people, even if they seem positive.
Yeah. I think like the worst part of it all is that things such as, this real phenomenon that, well, like granted, it is a much more like recent theory that's like written down, but like obviously this has been going on for a very, very long time.
Yes.
But ultimately like racial triangulation, what it does, this is just another technique that like, very powerful white people do. It's these institutions convincing themselves of like, hey, why beat down one person of the, like one group of the margins when you can teach another another group to do that for you. um and um and this idea of like, hey, you can be one of the good ones if you just assimilate hard enough. um this is like another important thing that I feel like I have to address when I see like men of color, particularly like first or second like immigration, like men of color, like even Asian conservatives, like Asian American conservatives, they are voting against their own best interest, when they vote for Trump. um and I cannot help, but go back and think about what model minority really does, and how these stereotypes do much more long-term harm than, yeah, like it does much more harm than good. um Hold on, I am also looking at the chat.
I did want to.
Someone
Oh, go ahead.
Just like real quick, I also wanted to like mention of like just this weird like positive like objectification of just like, of just like any group of people. Like I'm pretty sure, since like a lot of us here are neurodivergent, um there is like this weird thing that I've seen like Toy Story 3 kind of do, or like Toy Story 4. It's this idea that like, oh, if you're like neurodivergent or impaired in some way, um you're 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 a super being. You can do all these crazy magical things that no neurotypical person can do. um it's this weird myth that like autistic people, they can memorize anything. They're like a walking library, and it's so magical, you guys. When it's like, no, like there is nothing special about like being neurodivergent, and and being so self-conscious of how I'm gonna present myself to people or being perceived. There is nothing to be praiseworthy
And
about like stressing out over my assignments at like 2 in the morning, like like we
and
have
well,
problems too.
that celebration also often comes from objectification. And again, if you fail to perform that expectation, and you're not of use, you're discarded. You're one of the bad ones.
Yeah, one of the bad ones, and it all boils down to like, because it's one of the, because, oh, this group is one of the bad ones, they don't deserve rights, they don't deserve any grace. It all goes back to the immediate like demonization of people, the dehumanization of these groups, as soon as they don't serve this supposed purpose that that's assigned to us. Um,
Whereas certain
were
other groups are
there?
allowed to make as many mistakes as they want. They're
Yeah.
just learning. A lot of us don't get that privilege.
Yeah. I don't know. Definitely. definitely, like, I know it is so important above else to try to, like, give people um grace and providing the opportunity to make mistakes and to learn from them. It bothers me a lot when I see like some people of some groups like get this privilege to avoid some accountability while like someone else is met with total backlash. Very
Who
very
could that be?
dogmatic, like you can't,
Who could
Jesus.
that be about? Anyway. Um. Yes. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about?
Anything else? Not much. I mean, another quick thing I wanted to just like, add or like just mention is like this weird racism thing that's also tied with beauty standards, or even just like when certain aesthetics are to be shared like on the internet. Um God, it really bothers me a lot when I see white people giving black women a very hard time for trying out Asian makeup, or even like Asian clothing, and then accusing other people of color for appropriation. um
Yeah.
Meanwhile, white people, they definitely want to couch on this new identity and make it their whole personality. I don't know if you've seen this weird beef that's going on TikTok. It's these two white women. They're getting into public beef over like this supposed representation, or even like this cultural appropriation of Indian culture, but they're both white women married to Indian men,
like Indian, like
and
from
one of them is trying to be
India.
better than the other. Yeah, their husbands are like, yeah, so both of their husbands are from India. Both of these women, they both have like bindi like on their forehead and everything.
Odd.
But it's so weird because but like both of them do like make their assimilation to Indian culture like their entire identity. It is everything on their TikToks. Um but it's so absurd that like one of them is trying to like hound on the other for quote appropriating the culture instead of just appreciating it. Um but like, a when I see another like woman of color just like simply appreciating whether it's traditional like Asian clothing, or even subculture contemporary clothing, um man, they get a lot of fucking backlash on the internet from white women. Um White women accusing people of color for appropriation, or whatever the hell.
I can't
Um
imagine what it
I'm
would be
not
like if like a black person dressed up in that on social media, eaten alive. I'm sure.
yeah. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I just noticed like this like weird thing that like, what that like white women or even feminists want to do. They want to weaponize leftist language. And just casually toss out um the word appropriation anytime and everywhere. And think they're getting leftist brownie points.
Yeah.
um
I
when
don't know
really
what
it's
they
their
think.
it's their white privilege.
I don't know what they think they're gonna cash those in for. I don't think they're good for anything. I don't know. Fucking monopoly money.
Yeah.
That's fucking points. But um, was there anything else? Sorry to repeat the question.
Not much, I think. I think that's all I would add for now. I definitely don't want to take any more time away from people as much as I already have. But thank you so much Thank you
Yeah.
so much for having me on here. I just figured, there is some nuance to be provided within like the model minority myth, and whether or not there are any viable privileges that come with like this position of being the model minority.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and thank you as always for coming onto this and talking. I'm sure if we have any other conversations about this, we'll have them because we tend to yap.
Of course. Oh my god, we are both on the same brain wavelength. Spooky. Voice grunkly.
All right. I'm gonna take my next caller. I have 2 left, and I'm probably not gonna take any more after my next 2. So, thank you, Val.
Of course, Spooky. My flippin' cinnamon apple.
Bye. Good night.
Alright.
So, is privilege just about how other people perceive you? I mean, I think it starts there. It starts on how people perceive you and how their treatment of you affects how you move around in the world and interact with other people, and what sort of, well, privileges you're afforded due to that. Now there are some things like disability, like your physical health, that it gets a little complicated, but for the most part, yeah, it's difficult to oppress someone if you can't perceive what they are, if that makes sense. Like, if you have no perception of what they are, it's possible that they won't face any like material backlash, but also consider that like having to hide yourself for safety, that is usually means you're not privileged. Anyway, 2 more people. Hello, hello.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing it great. Could you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, I'm Lily, also known as Paimon's Crown. Um, I don't know what else to do. I'm sorry. I'm a little nervous.
Oh, that's okay. What did you want to talk about today?
Someone had mentioned in the chat at the start of the stream bi erasure, so I just wanted to go over that as a bi person.
Oh, yeah. I'd love to talk about that, and like if it, because people are like straight passing privilege, and it's like, I don't know about that.
Oh.
Because all these things, as you know, that like supposedly give bi people privilege are one of the leading causes of why there's so many mental health and loneliness problems amongst bi people, even though it's perceived as a positive thing by the rest of the queer community. So yeah, I'd love to talk to you about that.
I do I just want to go over some of my experiences, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course, please do so.
So the first time I experienced like kind of bi erasure was like in high school, and I
Mhm.
had like a bunch of straight friends on the bus, and I had came out to them, and they were like, "So you like girls?" And I was like, "Yeah." And so they started interrogating me like, "Oh, do you think we're hot? Do you think we're hot?" And I was like, "Well, you guys are my friends." They were pretty, they're conventionally attractive, but they wouldn't stop pestering me about it until I said, "I don't think you're pretty." And then it eventually led into them trying to tell me I was a lesbian.
Oh boy.
And they were like, and then one of them was like, "Hey, you're a lesbian, you know that, right?" And I'm like, "I said I was bi." And she's like, "But you like girls." And I'm like, "Yeah, and I also like men." And then she also went like later down the line. She was like, "I sometimes feel a little bi because like I don't feel like I would have a relationship with a woman at all, but I do understand like wanting to do it with a girl." And then later
Jesus.
she kissed me to make a dude jealous and it really did hurt my feelings because I did kind of like her. And
Yeah.
but they kept telling me that I was a lesbian when I wasn't.
Yeah,
And
God. I'm having violent flashbacks to high school.
yeah,
I'm
and
not even, I don't want to get into that, but yes, no, I was perceived as gay or bi, and oh my god. Yeah, people are
it's
weird.
yeah, and then more people found out about it because I guess they were like telling people, and a bunch of people used it as a weapon to bully me. Like I would have guys come up to me and be like, "So do you like threesomes?" And I'm like, "What? What?"
No!
And then I would have girls come up to me like, "Hey, do you want to like make out?" And I'm like, "No, I don't know you. Please leave me alone."
I get that classic sort of like, I would, like, oh, it's truth or dare? Okay, I would kiss Krim because I want to see what their reaction would be. And it's like, what? Okay.
It's like you're an object as like a toy for them to play with.
Yeah.
And then another time, I don't know if this is by Erasure, but I was on a server because I wanted to get to know more queer people because I'm from the South and there's just not a lot down here. So I was by my bio and a bunch of people were like, "So would you date a trans person?" And I'm like,
Oh my
"Yeah, sure."
god.
And then they were like, "So you're pan?" And I'm like, "No, I'm bi." And then they kept trying to make me pan when I kept telling them I was bi.
Hate that. I hate that whole like, oh well, bi people don't like trans. That's fucking who?
Yeah.
Who said
And then
that?
so I don't know. And then like they were like, "So you hate trans people? You hate non-binary people?" And I'm like, "Where did you get that from? No." And so it's just kind of awkward and I don't feel comfortable telling people I'm bi anymore. Like it
So
just
you're
feels awkward.
so you're kind of gone back into the closet a bit.
Yeah, because it's like it's safer there. If people assume I'm straight, then I'm fine because that means no guy will come up to me and be like, "Hey, are you into threesomes? Is that true?" Or a girl will be like, "So, do you want to make out to make my friend jealous?" Like, I don't want that. I just I feel very uncomfortable and it's no thank you. And
What?
then
Sorry, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. No, no, you asked.
And do you feel like content and happy that you hide that away, that like your life is on, it's going good hiding that? Like are you satisfied?
No, it kind of sucks because the times that I do tell people, sometimes they're really nice and they're chill about it, but then other times, like the times I've said before, where they try to make me another sexuality when I'm not.
Yeah. I mean, you're still, I don't want to be presumptuous, but you're still quite young, right?
Yeah. And I know
Well,
I'm still like figuring things out and all
oh,
that, but I'm
I
sorry.
no, I'm not, that's not what I'm saying. Something really cool happens as you get older. You stop giving a fuck what other people think. And like I can tell you that and how I came to that conclusion until I'm blue in the face, and you won't get it until you get it. There will be a moment where you're like, wait a minute, who fucking cares? And it's a beautiful moment. And I feel like it's just especially like a magical moment for queer people. My mom's been like that for a very long time. So I kind of knew it was coming. But she's just like, I don't like, she used to say when I was growing up, she would make jokes. She's like, met this new guy at work and he found out he was a lesbian. And he's like, oh, and he said, oh, I'm cool with that. And she'd be like, cool. I didn't fucking ask and I don't care. And because it's like, what, did you think I was going to stop being a lesbian if you didn't approve? Like, I'm gonna keep doing the same things regardless. And like, I
Yeah.
hope that moment comes to you when you realize, like, hey, fuck them. and you can just like be who you are without having to worry about that. And I don't think it's a bad thing that you're protecting yourself now. That's fine. But I hope you get to a place where you do have the community and the people around you that love and care about you and emotionally support you, so that you are able to get there, because I think that's a really important factor, you know?
Yeah. I also wanted to talk about like bi characters in fandom spaces because I do feel like some people erase that part of them. Like, I was in a queer part of a community, and there was a character that was implied to be bisexual through the show. No canon confirmed thing, but she was implied when she scrolled on Tinder. There's a couple of women there. So I was like, oh, she's bi. And then people were like, no, she's a lesbian. She's just hiding the fact she's a lesbian. You're being you're being lesbophobic. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm sorry.
It's just lesbophobic.
Yeah.
Like les in the Isle of Lesbos, you know. No. I mean, I get what you're saying. But like,
it's also not canon. So
no. It's not that. It's just that like, and I get that like there's some reflection with characters, how we treat stories and how we treat real people. But like, man, like I'm not fucking that pressed about characters' canon sexuality. I've got real problems. And it's like I think it's frustrating when, and I'm not calling you out or anything, because like if you're like, oh yeah, this character's bisexual and I'm gonna draw them doing bisexual things, and then someone like runs out of the woodwork and it's like, you hate lesbians, you know, that's fucking weird, dude. Like, you have like a job or like a hobby or something. Fucking chill out. Like, I am saying this as somebody that's extremely autistic about the fandoms they're in.
Yeah.
Get a life. I'm not saying that to you. I think if you're just doing whatever and just drawing your little bisexual character, fine. But it's the people that get so defensive and are like, you're being a lesbophobe. You're literally killing Lily. You're literally killing lesbians by drawing this character as bisexual. Did you know that? You're literally killing them all in the face right now. Every single one of them. Say sorry to all lesbians. You know, like that's like, it's such a weird. It's so weird to do that, but
I'm sorry, lesbian. Sorry, girlies. I'm sorry. I've disappointed you all.
Yeah. Fucking just leave bi people alone. They're not hurting anybody. You're not gonna combust being around a bi person. Somebody was saying, what's the difference between bi and pan? And it's like, functionally nothing. Because everybody kind of has their own definition of it. I think it's important to note that like bisexual and pansexual were words that were developed around the same time, and like the distinction is important to the individuals, but like, fucking who cares if somebody says they're pan, they're pan. If someone says they're bi, they're bi. It literally is no skin off of your back.
Yeah. I'm not a coloring book. You can't just erase the bi flag I put on there and put a pan one on top of it because you think I'm pan. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I mean, like, I've seen people describe it as a specific thing where it's like, I'm bisexual, I'm attracted to more than one gender, but when I think of an attractive woman, I kind of have an idea of what that is in my head. Or if I think of an attractive man, I have an idea of what that's like in my head. Whereas like, or like other things, it's like they have like a typical like there tends to be certain things about it's like, oh yeah, that makes the woman hot, that makes the man hot. Whereas like pansexuals tend to not really think about it that way. But again, there are people that like feel more like that call themselves bi and vice versa. So it's like, fucking, I don't care. Like, I am not gonna die if you call yourself pan or bi. Like, I could give less I couldn't give less of a shit about what you call yourself. As long as you're happy and as long as you feel comfortable, I am okay with your identity. Like, I don't fucking care. Like, it literally does not affect me.
Yeah.
Why would I get upset by that? Not any of
Yeah.
my business.
Is it okay if I add like a tiny extra thing? It has
Oh,
nothing to
yeah.
do with by erasure. It was just something I related to with something you said.
Oh yeah,
Like
go for it.
you said when you were a kid, people would ask you, are you a boy? Do you have a penis? They would do the same thing to me as a kid because I
Mhm.
liked things like Sonic. I would go outside with like a Sonic hat, Sonic shoes, and I would act very
Yeah.
like I try to act very boy-like to fit in as much as I could. And a lot
Yeah.
of mainly boys would ask me, "Do you have a penis?" And I'm like, "What's that? I'm not a
Yeah.
boy."
Yeah. Being a and like I kind of tend to think of my child self as a little girl. Whatever, I transitioned later in life, so but being kind of like that weird gendered non-conforming little girl is it's rough.
Mhm.
Where you're
And
like
like
for some reason, like even though you're going against those typical feminine attributes, you're sexualized more
yeah.
at an
Where
earlier
like
age, and it's like, oh well, you can handle it though. It's
mhm.
bizarre. And I don't want to get too personal, but like I will just say this. Um Personal experiences with the fetishization of tomboys. I don't fucking trust y'all. Anyone who
Is
says
where
they think tomboys are hot, I'm holding a stick and I'm pointing it at you and it's sharp. Because like to me, tomboys are children. Um
yeah.
and if you think tomboys are hot, but you don't think like butches or trans men are hot, which is not always, but typically a lot of tomboys, they grow up and they end up being gender nonconforming in their adult lives too, but it's not in a way that people find cute. Um,
Yeah.
if you find tomboys hot, but you like don't want anything to do with like butches or trans men or anything like that, yeah, that's sharp sticks pointed right at you and bleh, disgusting. Um, anyway, no, you go ahead. Sorry, kind of like kind of
No, it's good. I feel like having your experience from that is like really important because
mhm,
I feel like mine came from a place of trying to mask my femininity as much as I
mhm.
could. Now that I'm older, I'm like, I'm a woman. I have pink all over my room. I still like Sonic. I still like Ninja Turtles. It's just me. I don't
Yeah.
care.
I,
I
I,
dress feminine some days, and then some days I just wear sweatpants and haven't shaved.
well, it's that whole like, because I had a friend who was very much like I hate pink, and like
Yeah,
she wasn't really a tomboy, but she distanced herself from femininity a lot,
yeah,
and it kind of reminds me of that, where like, oh, I like this and I like that, but I'm not a girly girl. Like I'm I'm better than that. It's that whole like internalized misogyny where
misogyny.
yeah, it's like you get afraid of expressing something that because you get
I
if you get told your entire life that like women are gross and they're vapid and they're not special and they're weaker and they're not good at video games and they have all they like is stupid boy bands and this and that, then like
oh
you're gonna
yeah,
be like, well, I'm not like that. I like Sonic and I like video games and I like running around in the woods and reading Warrior Cats and like I'm cool. I'm
yeah,
not like that. I'm really complicated. I'm not like other girls. Um
yeah.
like that's
It
considering how we treat girls, it's a very natural response. And
yeah,
that gets compounded with the fact that you really are not like other girls because you're not a girl or you have some gender nonconforming aspect to you that kind of shapes who you are in terms of like a primary identity like that. You can feel really alienated, but I think even if you don't feel alienated from being a woman, you can feel alienated from femininity due to how bad everybody around you tells you that it is.
Yeah. It feels like a mixed bag for me because I feel like I was a tomboy, but somewhere in like
Mhm.
middle school, I became like that really get me away from pink as far as possible. I hate it. And
Yeah, it's a
now I'm in
sliding.
my room
It's a
covered in
spectrum.
pink.
It's a spectrum.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you like. I helped you design your fucking stream layout. I know what you want. I know what you are.
I really like pink now. It's my favorite thing ever since I was like, yeah, I like butterflies. I don't care. I'm me. I just wish I kind of embraced it as a kid and in middle school a bit more, so I'd be a bit more comfortable. But hey, we're here now.
You have lots of time. You have lots of time.
Yeah. Well, thank you
Um,
for letting me. Oh, I'm sorry.
no, I was just gonna say, was there anything else you wanted to talk about?
No, that was pretty much it. I was just like, that was just in the back of my brain.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on the stream, Lily. It's always great to have you.
Thank you for having me. Bye.
Bye. Alrighty, I'm gonna answer some chats and then we're gonna have our last caller for the night. No other callers. I'm cutting you off. Oh yeah, like not fitting in that stereotype that not I'm sure that there's like equivalent and similar moments coming from like other genders. Like absolutely. I can't speak to that though, because I was raised I lived my entire childhood and my adolescence as a girl. So and then I was lived as a man basically my entire adult life. So that's the experience that I have. But yeah, not fitting and it gets complicated, I think. With it just gets complicated. That's all I'll say. I'll only speak on what I can. All right, gonna bring on my last caller now. You. Bye. Hello,
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 hello.
hello. Oh, oops.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you just fine. Can you introduce yourself, please? Also, I need to very quickly use the bathroom. So, yeah, please introduce yourself and tell the class what you would like to talk about today.
All right. Hello, my name is Mothra, and I would like to talk about how I'm gonna phrase it is things that are classy if you're white and trashy if you're black. It's the perspective of whiteness making things inherently more appealing to the general public. So I do want to wait for Krim to come back from the bathroom. But hello everyone. My
You're
name
good to
is
keep
Mothra.
talking. My headphones are on and I can hear you, by the way.
Okay. I guess I'll introduce myself a little bit. I am biracial. I'm half black, I'm half white. I like to say that I'm culturally black. Despite the fact that my genetics are split as such. I did not spend a lot of time with my white half of my family. Um my mother is black and she had full custody of me since I was born. So my primary interactions were with the black side of my family. Um I did spend some time with the white side of my family, but like it in terms of like if you were to put it on like I don't know like a graph like percentage wise it'd be very very small amount in comparison. Um I am 28. I am non-binary. My pronouns are they, them. Uh, and yeah, I just kind of want to like show some like examples of like, things that like white people get to get away with that people not so much. Like we're ridiculed for them and it's a little bit frustrating because we're just trying to live our lives and enjoy things and have hobbies and we're doing our absolute best to be like good people and have like a substantial like living and we are scrutinized and under the microscope for literally anything and everything under the sun. Um, so I think one of the things that I really want to like, I do have some images, which is why I wanted to wait until you got back from the
boy.
bathroom.
Oh
Um,
boy, images. Oh boy.
I have images and specific things I wanted to touch on. Just for like visuals. I guess I will pop a few of them into the call-in section, like chat.
Yeah, and I'll
And
I'll bring them up in Firefox. Like,
okay. Um, these are some good images. Okay. I'll
I also
kind of
think
like I'll group them together first. We'll go through because I have like 3 things I want to touch on specifically.
yeah. I also think that like we talked about this a bit. One of the big things is that white people can take off the stuff that they can stop doing these things
Yes.
anytime they want when it drops out of style. But black people can never stop being black people was something that we talked about when we were
Yes.
talking about the stream.
So I want to first like start on like natural and textured hair and kind of like give a perspective. I did pop those 2 images in um that I want to start with. They are beautiful black women with one of them has like curly hair and the other one has like cornrows, and then just a picture of like different designs of cornrows. And so cornrows are a point of contingency right now on the internet, um because there are a lot of white people that get really really mad when you tell them that they really should not be wearing cornrows. And one of their arguments have been oh, but Vikings wore braids. Thankfully, what's very nice is that people from Norse countries have been like, yeah, they wore braids, but they're not the same kinds of braids. Shut the fuck up. Like
Mm-hmm.
you know, we've been having that people to like back us up. And the reason we are so protective of these styles is because we are often ridiculed for how we wear our natural hair. I wear my hair natural. I have very curly hair. And it is very difficult to maintain, and I love it, and I love everything that I put into it, but I've been told multiple times throughout my life that my hair is messy and unkempt, and even people believe that it is dirty when it's not. I keep my hair very clean. And so here, these styles, if you don't mind putting the cornrow one, the one with the different cornrows up again, just for people to see while I'm talking about this particular segment.
Yep.
So cornrows have their origins in Africa. They are very very rooted in not only just Africa as a continent, but the specific like tribes of Africa, because different tribes would braid their people's hair different ways. It's actually quite fascinating, and sometimes the braids would be done so in a way that is actually a map of their community. They would be able to look at each other's heads and find their way back home. And another thing is, during the North Atlantic slave trade, things like small pieces of food like rice would be hidden in these cornrows, so that like people who were taking that trip they'd have something to eat, because they were not feeding these people on these ships like at all. it resulted in and I guess like a content warning, this is going to get a little bit dark. This would result in a lot of Black people dying of starvation or dehydration because they just were not feeding these people. So oftentimes food would be hidden in their hair by their loved ones before they were like ripped away from their homes. And so this is something that's very, very culturally significant to Black people. And what it comes down to at the end of the day is like people who get these braids oftentimes are also who are so insistent on having them when they really for a variety of reasons shouldn't be wearing them get them. They're also the same kind of people who will ridicule Black people for wearing their hair like this. But praise white people, this is going into my next point, let me grab my next image, for doing the exact same thing.
Because yeah, you're seen as cultured and like open to learning about people, especially like I don't know, I've seen a few movies where it shows like, oh, the white person let the Black people braid their hair. Aren't they so cultured and tolerant? And it's so fucking weird. I do have Kim. I do have a question for you though, semi-related to this, but if you want me to save it to the end, I will.
You can ask now. I'm also getting another image. We're gonna go over Kim and we're gonna talk about Rachel Dolezal.
We have she's already come up. This woman has already come up in this discussion, but we're awesome to talk about her again because this is in a slightly different context. Now, I believe I've told you before that I had crazy hair as a child. That's just kind of a result of people of mixed racial backgrounds tend to have fucking crazy hair.
Oh, absolutely. My cousin is a quarter white and she has like 4 different hair textures on her head.
Yeah, so like if we go over to this one,
it's a very tiny image. I can get you a better one of her.
No, I got it's a big one. It's a big one. It's the first one you sent. With the bottles.
Okay. Yes.
So
yes,
the girl on the left, very similar hair texture and style and way that it curled and like it went out when I was younger. You could not fucking drag a brush through my goddamn hair. And nobody in my family had this hair texture. And knew what to do with it. And we're like, where the fuck did this come from? It was this dark, black, wild, curly thing. And when I was young and I wasn't really at that age where I was like interested in taking care of my hair, I was like this was when I was like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Until my mom got me the big chop and she's like, fucking mushroom cut, you little, I can't handle this anymore. At 7 years old, I had a mushroom cut. She had to do me like that. I don't appreciate it. I hated it. But anyway, my point being is that like, what's your opinion on people with, and now I'm not saying exactly, because I think that we can look at this and say that this is very specifically a cultural thing. But like when I was younger, my mom essentially would put my hair up in a protective style, and it was usually braids, like a lot of braids. Because I would pull out if I had like 1 or 2 braids, like the pigtails or like one long one down my back. I would just undo that. But if she put it up in a bunch of little braids, I wouldn't. So she tended to do that a lot when I was younger to kind of keep my hair from, you know why. Because I was a fucking crazy child, and otherwise, like, I would get like these huge mats and tangles in my hair because I was a kid and I ran around the woods all the time. And while I wouldn't call it cornrows, I could definitely see like if this was today and she was doing it, people would be like, "Why are you doing that to your child's hair?" Because
I think this isn't I'm not sure if this is the exact style that you're describing, but I'm just grabbing like a picture of what it almost sounds like you're describing. These are called knotless braids. Obviously you can have them in actually those ones have knots in them. I said knotless. Give me a picture. They're called knotless braids because instead of creating a knot at the base of the hair, where the weave is put in, they just like braid straight down.
Okay, or so that's like the big difference basically, is that like cornrows and such have a knot at the base.
They can, but specifically cornrows are braided back and close to the skull. You'll see that these ones are quite loose. But here's a picture that I posted. So or if we're getting a little bit more specifically about children, let me see if I can find something a little bit more that would be like a child's style. Give me
And it was like, it was the 90s, so like different fucking hair clip for every little fucking braid.
Yes, honestly.
Fucking Christ.
Listen, that's how I was going. That is what I would.
Yeah, you know
this
exactly.
is a good picture because it does not have the child's face in it. I was trying to find one that did not have the kid's face. Because this is a style that I typically had a lot growing up.
Yeah, it was like
similar to this.
Yeah, it was very similar to this. Often there would be even more braids, but yeah, it was very similar to this. It's like, yeah. And sometimes the braids would go a little crazy and stick out in all sorts of fun directions, but yeah.
Take care of your child's hair.
Yeah.
This would not upset me if I saw this. Like, if there was a child who had curly hair, regardless if they were white, if they were indigenous, if they were black, you need to take care of your child's hair. And the best way to do that is to especially because children are so hyper and rambunctious and running around everywhere. You need to put their hair in protective styles. This would not bother me if I just saw, like, you got to do what you got to do. You know what I mean? And
yeah, but
as long as you're not that person that's like insulting like these kinds of styles that are typically like worn by little black girls or like black people in general, I'm not so protective of my culture that I'd get mad at somebody about it. You know what I mean?
And I think we could all agree that like this and this and this are all very different things. Like the cornrows versus this obvious protective style where this person's just trying to protect their kid's hair, and then like this white person that is consciously making a decision to do this just for cultural benefit rather than practical. Like, Kim does not need to fucking wear cornrows.
Her hair is
in fact straight as a fucking pin.
In fact, okay, regardless, taking the cultural aspect out of it, when white people get cornrows, it destroys their hair. It literally, there are so many videos. Go to TikTok, not necessarily right now, but go to TikTok, go to YouTube. Look at videos of white people taking their cornrows down. The amount of hair that they lose is insane. It is ridiculous because it's literally pulling your hair out by the follicle. It's because I don't think people understand, these are high tension styles. My scalp hurts after I get these things done. My hair's not going to pull out, but it hurts like hell.
Can I tell you a story that's related to that?
Sure.
So I had a friend and she was like, "Can I weave this colored thread through your hair? I think it would look really cool." And I'm like, "Sure." I don't know why I'm making her sound like that, because that's not what she's. So I sit there and I'm just like, I don't even remember what I was doing. I think it was like playing on my game or like talking to somebody as this person was doing my hair. I was thinking it would be like this loose kind of like knot at the base, and it would just be something I could easily take out later. I don't know what this fucking girl did, but it was tight. And I had to cut it out because it was so tight that it was starting to break off. And I don't wear my hair. I didn't know what she was fucking doing. I was just like, yeah, if you want to fucking play with my hair, go for it. And
I've literally seen people take their braids off entirely at the base of their head.
I
like,
had
and
to.
there's just like a bald spot there.
I had to. That was the start of my undercut. My undercut era, because it's like I can't, what do I fucking do? Because I can't unwind it because my hair texture isn't made to be put in this. What did she fucking do to my hair? And it was so painful, and it was starting to break like hair by hair that I just took scissors and I cut it off, and I had this big bald spot. Luckily, I have really thick hair, so I could kind of just like
hide it.
I could just kind of like run my hands through my hair and just like hide it. And like it was again, like I went for an undercut and I ended up being fine. But it was like in that moment, I realized what happened. She put my hair in a style that isn't really made for my hair. And in that moment, I was like, why would any person who doesn't need to do this do it? I don't get it. Because it was not fun. It hurt like a bitch. And my hair was destroyed.
It really does. It hurts a lot. The pain, oh my god. The pain. The first night pain is like, you gotta pop back some ibuprofen or some acetaminophen and lay on your pillow as gently as possible and hope you can get to sleep. It is typically worth it in the end. The styles are amazing, and if you take care of them, you can wear them for months on end. Like literally, like I think the longest I've seen somebody go is 6 months.
That's crazy.
That's part of the reason we do it so close to the scalp, is so that you can wear it for a really long time, because your hair doesn't stop growing. It's gonna continue to grow. So when Kim Kardashian wore these cornrows, my first thought was, oh no, her hair is gonna fall out of her head. But then I was like, why did she even have these in the first place? And I saw people were really, really praising her. But I need you to understand, this goes into my next point. Black people did not have legal protections until 2019 for wearing their natural hair texture and protective styles. Literally, and I'm speaking as an American from the United States. In the United States, there was this act called the Crown Act. It is called the Crown Act because Black people, we refer to our hair as our crown. It was passed July 3rd, 2019. Before then, people could be racially discriminated against for having cornrows or naturally textured hair or dreadlocks or any other hairstyle that you could think of that is associated with Black culture, like wicks, freeform locks. There's like a lot of different styles. I could name them forever. Bantu knots, any of it you could think of, we were not allowed to wear in the workplace without racial discrimination. So like literally being passed up on job opportunities, literally not being hired for things, being seen as dirty or gross or like unintelligent. One of the people that I think of that we talk about in terms of like being seen as unintelligent, that people really write off is Cardi B. She is an incredibly intelligent woman, but because of the way that she talks and the way that she styles herself, people dismiss her a lot. Like they just completely write her off. But if you listen to what she's saying and what she talks about, she is so incredibly intelligent, and she's such a good rapper. And in order to be a good rapper, you have to be smart. Rapping is poetry to music, and her wordplay and her prose is amazing. Sure, she's rapping about like, sex and money, but like who doesn't? Like, she's not doing anything particularly unique with that. But the way that she writes her lyrics and stuff is so incredible. And when she talks about things that she really cares about, she talks about them from a perspective of someone who really understands the underlying issues. So, but because of the way that she looks and the way that she talks, people just dismiss her very easily.
Now I find it, we're having this conversation and you bring up rapping. And I think it's interesting because if you ask basically any non-Black person who the best rapper is, there's usually a very specific answer they'll give.
Eminem. It's usually Eminem. And don't get me wrong,
like he's good. He's good,
love
but
Eminem. He is invited to the cookout. We love Eminem. He is
But-
not Tupac Shakur. He is not Kendrick Lamar. He is not Biggie Smalls. He ain't even Nicki Minaj. Okay.
I mean, like, the thing is that he, from what I've seen, he's always, like, acted as a guest in the space and been
Yes,
very
and he
respectful.
understands his position.
But, like,
Yes.
other people don't. Like, they've decided this role for him because of the color of his skin, and they've uplifted him because of that. And, like, whereas Eminem's fucking raps about some fucked up dark shit. And he's treated as this lyrical genius, and it's like, oh, well, it's not actually Eminem. It's his alter ego, Slim Shady. And, like, I don't think I've ever heard any black person get that sort of, like black rap artist get that sort of, like, what's the word I'm looking for? No, I can't remember what it's called. Benefit of the doubt. Yeah, I've never seen like black artists that rap about fucked up shit get that benefit of the doubt. But yes, continue, Mothra.
So there is a rapper. His name is YNW Melly. His you may have heard of his song that I'm about to talk about. It's called "Murder on My Mind." Let me get these specific lyrics. So hold on, I'm trying to find the spot.
Just be careful, because like I don't want to get. I mean, like, it'd be cool not to get like a community strike.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna say the N-word or anything like that. I'm just gonna Okay, so the part of the song that's that is really pertinent is yellow tape around his body. It's an effing homicide. His face is on a t-shirt and his family's traumatized. I didn't even mean to shoot him. He just caught me by surprise. I reloaded my pistol, cocked it back, and shot him twice. So for some reason, this man is he's on trial for murder right now, and they tried to bring those lyrics as evidence.
I mean, that's clearly about like violence against black men.
Yes.
Right? I mean, like, that was very obvious to me.
I need you to understand, in the United States, music lyrics are not permissible in court as evidence at all.
Well.
So, and the fact is, not only is this man on trial for murder, he did not kill his friend. He did not do this. Someone else literally came up to the car that they were in and shot his friend. He did not kill his friend. And so the fact that he did not even kill this person, and they're trying to use his lyrics of a song that he wrote for musical entertainment is insane. But, like, Eminem writes songs about some pretty effed up stuff, and they're like, he's just a really good storyteller. He has such a creative mind. And it's just like, huh?
Yeah. Now, I also want to bring up another. We're focusing on song lyrics and rap lyrics, but like, I think it brings this interesting point that like, white people are allowed to be expressive in a violent, edgy way, and black people just aren't. Because
there's the assumption that black people are inherently violent.
Can I? I'm not going to tell you what song it is and who it's by, but may I read you off some lyrics?
Sure.
I mean, it's gonna be completely obvious what song it is if you're familiar with the band as soon as I start reading it, because but it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Polly wants a cracker. I think I should get off her first. I think she wants some water to put out the blowtorch. Let me see. Let me take a ride. Hurt yourself. Want some help. Help myself. Got some rope. You have been told. Promise you I have been true. Let's take a ride. Hurt yourself. Want some help. I'll help myself. Let's see. Polly says her back hurts. She's just as bored as me. She caught me off guard. Amazes me the will of instinct. Let me clip your dirty wings, etc., etc. It's a fucking dark song. Want to know who it's by?
Who is it by?
It's by Nirvana. Now, have you ever heard anyone like frame Kurt Cobain as a violent man.
No,
No,
I
he's
don't
like
think
this.
I've ever.
He's
From what I
he's
understand, people praise him for being like a really nice guy. So
yeah, and he's boobified, honestly, a little bit to the point where it's like they take his autonomy away. Like the whole like, oh, Kurt Cobain was a trans woman thing drives me crazy. Where people project these ideas and identities onto white people, and it's just to the point that they become these ideas of greatness and relatability, and this person is just like me for real, and they're so smart and they're so cool and they're so poetic and they're so tragic, and it's just like it's celebrity worship to the point of it being disturbing. And then at the same time, if like a fucking again, like you just it's the same fucking thing, the murder on my mind thing. Like Polly by Nirvana is about a girl that is being abused. I believe it's either supposed to be by her father or something, but he did a lot of like prose lyrics. And how come he's allowed to do that? How come Eminem's allowed to do that? But then you get black artists that are like fucking again, like they're launched into orbit for just fucking making like something metaphorical or like talking about violence against black people. Like that was so obvious what that was. I don't sorry.
Yes, and not only that, I need to clarify, Murder on My Mind came out years before this man was ever put on trial for the murder of his friend. So the fact that they were trying to use this as evidence is even more ridiculous. They're not even in the same fucking time frame. You know what I mean?
Oh my god.
And this brings me into my next point. This is a perfect segue into my next point. There is this I love her. She is a black girl, and she is a J-pop artist, and she makes really fun music, and I really enjoy her like aesthetic, and this leads into like kind of like talking about black people in like fandom spaces. Also, I did want to address this. Yes, Kim Kardashian is Armenian American. She is half Armenian. She is half white. I'm entirely sure how many people know that she's Armenian, to be fair.
Well, she erases it, right? So
yeah, she erases her own culture, to be frank, and which is why I also included a picture of Rachel Dolezal. She is 100% white.
Now, and these two are adults, right?
Yes, it's the same girl, and she is an adult woman. Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
Her name is Paila. She's really cute. She makes J-pop music. All of her music is in Japanese. She is American. She is based out of Texas. And people in Japan, I need you to understand this. People in Japan love her. But because she is black, people are saying you cannot be a J-pop artist. You are not Japanese. That is not a requirement to be a J-pop artist. J-pop is a genre of music. It's a very specific genre of music. I think people see, when they hear J-pop who don't know anything about it, see J-pop as the same way that they see K-pop. K-pop is like an umbrella term for all the music that comes out of Korea, regardless of the genre that it actually is. Like if it's R&B, if it's rap, if it's classical Korean music, if it's you know, like anything else, it is K-pop is used as a very broad umbrella term. J-pop is not. J-pop is a very specific genre of music. It's kind of like if you've ever seen like anime with like really like cutesy music in the opening. That's like oftentimes that would be categorized as J-pop.
The thing I think that's going on there is that for K-pop, it's using like the old definition of pop music, which is just music that is celebrated within the pop culture, whereas J-pop, it's like it's genre versus genre. Like,
yeah.
But you turn on the radio right now and you listen to anything other than the classical station, you're technically listening to pop music, as in popular culture music. But like,
yes,
there's also the genre rather than the genre, where it's like, hey, this is a specific sound. And like, I think that's where people get tripped up, because J-pop is about the sound, whereas K-pop, it's about popular Korean music.
Yes.
It just kind of happened that they sound very similar.
Which, by the way, I do recommend, like, if you like J-pop or just want to listen to something new, Paida's music is very good. She writes all her own music. She even made her own cute little music video with a budget of $0 in a dream. I appreciate that. And it turned out really good. But she is the subject of constant racial backlash. She is not the only person who is pursuing a J-pop career who is like not Japanese. There's a lot of J-pop artists who are not Japanese. And they work together. One that I can think of, hold on. Let me
While you're looking, there's somebody that I can think of that sprung to mind. Now, I don't know if what exactly she's doing these days. I think she's doing a very different kind of music, but somebody from my teenage years that was very much trying to mimic the sort of J-pop sound is this person, otherwise known today as Tessa Violet, but when I was a kid, Mika Kitty. And she did like a lot of like music videos for like Japanese songs and like covers like mimicking that style. And like I never heard anybody say shit about Mika Kitty.
So the image that I shared, all of the people in this image are adults. It's just the women look very young, but they are grown women. They're very young grown women, but they are grown women. They are this group is called Lady Baby. The man in the middle is Australian. And he not only is he a white man in the J-pop space, he cross-dresses in all of their videos, all of them. He's he started out as a pro wrestler, and he had a very interesting shift in career into J-pop, and people praise him constantly. I'm sure if there are people who are like really upset at the concept of cross-dressing, they're probably off in their little corner like talking shit about him, but like I personally have never heard anything bad about this man. And he is a white Australian. So
yeah. I mean, like, I also think that, like, maybe when it comes to cultural appropriation, maybe we should talk to the culture that they're supposedly appropriating, because, like, if nobody has a problem with it, I don't know. I just think it's, like, weird to get worked up about it. I don't know. Like, I have so many things to say about cultural appropriation, but we're gonna like be mindful of that. But I think like a direct line we could probably draw to that is probably a lot more like relatable to people, I think, in the audience. Is black cosplayers, specifically in anime.
Yes.
The anime cosplay community.
I remember this girl who was cosplaying Hinata from Naruto on TikTok, and she looked so good, and she was so cute, and people kept commenting in her comments was Hinata isn't black. And people kept responding with, she's not white either.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
shut up.
Yeah. Like you see
like,
you see a million people cosplaying, like a million white people cosplaying Sailor Moon at like Comic Cons, and you only ever really see people complain if they're black or fucking heaven forbid fat or something. But like, nope, you're black, you're not allowed to fucking cosplay. It's like, well, you realize that pretty much every anime character is Asian, right?
Like all of them, almost, unless they're explicitly stated to be a different race.
Yeah, like
they're probably
like,
even if they're blue-eyed blonde, they're probably Asian.
Yeah, unless it's like a
Naruto,
character.
Naruto is Japanese, so I need you to
absolutely. If they have a Japanese name and they live in Japan or in a Japanese culture, like they're supposed to be Japanese. But like Edward Elric, you could probably safely assume is intended to be white.
Yes. I do want to add this real quick, just because Val did point this out. Basically the fact that like being like, but this idol or this cosplayer is not Asian, or really plays into like the Asian ethno state, and ethno states are not good. So stop that.
Yeah.
Um,
I think there's this belief that America is the only cultural melting pot in the world,
mhm.
when that's just like not true.
And
You
I
can
think
find
there's, like, a
black people
belief-
everywhere, by the way. Just saying.
And I think there's a belief that there's like a really strong like belief that with like Japan specifically, that Japanese people are inherently very, very racist. And I think that that in itself is very racist to make that assumption. You can't just say that about an entire culture and country, because black people actually get along quite well with Japanese people. We get along fine. Like, and it's usually when you see people being directly and so violently racist towards cosplayers who are black versus like not being this way towards white cosplayers, it's usually white cosplayers that are being like that.
Yep.
Which is incredibly frustrating. And I heard you mention like, bringing up like, like wearing a kimono or like honestly any other like cultural like garb. I think what it comes down to is a lot of like projection. There's the assumption that we are cultural appropriating, or we want to be this culture or race, because I think honestly some of these people who are making these claims want that for themselves. And the fact that they can't like get away with it upsets them.
Also, by the way, Val, if you want to chat, you should probably do that in YouTube so that everybody else can read. Because like most people can't see what you're typing. If you're wanting to contribute to the conversation, I would encourage going over to YouTube. But yes, anyway.
And it's just or like another white person kind of like, let's just pivot back a little bit to like almost wearing like blackness as a costume. Ariana Grande.
Yes, me and you have had
Here's a
many
new image.
conversations. Let's go.
The thing is, I have to preface this with, I have no feelings towards this woman personally, other than the fact that I think she's kind of stupid. I'm not gonna go so far to say that she's racist. I feel like for me personally, there is a very specific set of things that you have to do for me to consider that you're racist. You have to do something that would be considered racist, and when someone points it out to you, you double down. I can't necessarily say that that is something that Ariana Grande has done. But there is a concerning pattern.
I would say that she's insensitive.
Insensitive, yes, definitely. She's very racially insensitive. The image that I shared is
well, the first one is like the Disney era, right?
Well, she was on Nickelodeon.
Okay,
yes.
Sorry. I always get confused because we don't have those channels in Canada, but yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So she was a Nick kid. She was on a show called Victorious, and then later a show called Sam and Cat. I will say she was treated very poorly while she was on these shows. And my heart goes out to that. Like, I don't think anybody should be treated poorly in the acting industry.
Somebody's asking what her ethnicity is. She's 100%
she's
white.
She's
100% white.
She's like,
she's literally blackfishing on the right side.
Yes. That she's so and then later, that image is from when she was having her own kind of like musical career, almost like at the start towards the middle of it. And she's had a very prolific musical career. I have another image. This one's kind of hilarious because tell me, why in this picture is she as dark as Nicki Minaj?
I'm so excited. Give it to me. Oh, here we go. Oh my. Oh my god. How? Okay, Nikki. How could you? Like how did you stand up next? I think she might be darker than Nikki.
Yeah, honestly. So it is the so but she got called out, rightfully called out for her blackfishing. And black people were told that we were overreacting for calling her out for this, because it was like, girl, like you don't look like your race anymore. And the fact of the matter is, you mentioned this earlier, she is a white woman. She can stop tanning that dark anytime she has stopped tanning that dark after
Yeah, like
the
this
backlash
is
that she got. But she can
this is what she
can
looks like
put
right now.
this away. She
Yep.
can put this aesthetic away, and she can walk away, and she can be a white woman again.
Okay, but like, can I like grab your hand, hold it in mine, and like have a little conversation with you about something very specific that I've noticed?
Sure, yes.
And I think this is very much related to
They
Miss
hold your
Ariana.
gripper.
Hold my gripper, hold it tight. We're going on a journey. Okay. The clean girl look.
Mm-hmm.
So, I feel like around when Miss Grande looked like this on the right, people were like that. This was the height of like Black is beautiful culture and like and drag queens and all of that. And so you had people doing things like baking in their makeup and like putting on these vibrant colors and penciling in their brows a certain way and wearing lash extensions and like doing their lips a certain way. And that was considered the rage for years. I'm sure you remember. It's you know stuff about makeup. And now you see people doing like what I did for makeup in 2015 versus what I do now. And they just like cake on the makeup, and it's like very clearly meant to be derisive. It's like, if you do this, you're stupid and you're gross and you're doing too much and you're fake and you look bad. Versus, oh, I'm just putting a little bit of lip gloss and a little bit of color. I'm so light and I'm so pale. And it's like, I'm sorry, call me crazy. Maybe I'm noticing patterns around. It fucking feels racist to me. Because like that kind of makeup is like so heavily associated with the Black community, and especially like with like Black drag queens and Black trans women and Black femininity, that I was just like, this feels gross. I didn't like
because,
it.
like Megan Thee Stallion, probably the most specific thing I could think of right now is like in terms of like who still is very much in the public eye and still wears her makeup like this. I got a picture for you. And I think she's gorgeous. I love Black girl makeup. I love it so much. I wear my makeup like this
like,
often. And
for a while, white women were doing their makeup like this.
Yes. Which I don't have a problem with. I think sharing makeup trends is a beautiful way of cultural appreciation. I love it. I think it's amazing. It's when it comes down to like I'm going to talk poorly about this makeup style. It comes down to they took off the mask. They took off the mask and they're walking away. And Black people can't do that.
And again, like even like the name of it, clean girl aesthetic, like because it kind of by implication contrasts the other style of makeup from back when it was cool to look like a Black woman as dirty or like lesser or not real, or I don't know. I like just like this whole clean girl thing is just makes me feel sick to my stomach, and it's like, I don't know, maybe I'm being silly.
I must specify, I don't have any issue with people doing their makeup a certain way. I don't even care about like self-tanning. I think that I don't think it's an inherently evil thing. I think it's neutral. If you want to tan yourself, that's fine by me. I tan in the summer. I purposely tan in the summer so I can get a little bit darker. But the thing is the fact that like Ariana was like look at that picture of her next to Nicki Minaj. That's a little bit ridiculous. That's going too far. You can even see in the photo that she's crimped her hair to add like texture to it. And then she also, not only that, she was changing the way that she was like talking to emulate how Black women speak. Using AAVE, which I'm kind of in the minority about this. I don't care if you use AAVE. I think you should use it correctly. It is a language. And so that would be like, if you're using it incorrectly, that would be like going up to a French person and be like, baguette, toilet, river. Like you're not saying things that are coherent if you're not speaking it correctly. You know what I mean? But the thing is, like, she was putting on this costume, and a lot of people were putting on this costume of Blackness, and now they're not doing that anymore, and they are talking poorly about it. And that is where that huge issue comes in, because like we are being demonized for our own culture and the things that we do. Yeah. Unless it is during a time period of like, oh, I like this aesthetic, I'm going to use it for myself. So like we'll be a little less demonized, but that white person is going to be put up on that pedestal. I mean, so they're going to be like praised.
There's also like, again, it's the aspect of you could take it off and put it away, but like that clean girl aesthetic, like that's not something that's really achievable, like in the way that's kind of idea. Like, you can do the same thing, but when somebody thinks clean girl aesthetic, they're thinking of a white person, you know, someone with light skin, like this is not really achievable for a lot of dark-skinned women. But it's very like, I'm wearing a lot of beige and I'm reading a book and so pale, and I'm not wearing a no makeup look. And like, you get some light-skinned people of color, I suppose, but like,
yeah, it's very, or like if we adapt it to suit our features and our needs, it's
inferior.
Yeah, you're like, yeah, it's often seen as inferior, or like, you're just trying to be white. What?
Yeah,
No.
like this
also,
woman right here, the fucking,
just
I
side note,
can hear it.
someone asked about Lady Gaga in chat. I like Lady Gaga. We love Lady Gaga here. She's a queen and I love her, and she's shown up for the Black community and she's shown up for the queer community.
Yeah,
I have no issues with that woman.
Yeah, Lady Gaga has, from what I understand, has always kind of been on our side, so to speak, and like, I think like the worst thing that she did is at the start of her career, it was a little bit clumsy. Like, Born This Way, like some of the lyrics are a little bit
yeah, I mean, they're not the best, but I'll jam out.
Yeah, they did not age well, but it was a different time, and she was trying. And she believed in what she was doing, and she's kept up the attitude even when it's not been stylish. So, yeah.
And I guess, like, since someone did ask about African American vernacular English, I'll touch on that a little bit more, but I consider it its own language. It has its own grammatical structure. My cousin is currently studying it deeply as a part of her research for the field that she's in. She said basically the difference between a language and a dialect is that a language has an army.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, a dialect is considered to be kind of like inside of something. But even like, so it's very grammatically complex. African American vernacular English is very rhythmical. It's very musical in the way that it's spoken. And there's a lot of words that like, you know, are in English, like standard American English, standard British English, things like that. That are also in African American vernacular English, but are used completely different. And then there's entirely new words like finna or bussin' or Fleek. Fleek was coined by a black woman on Twitter back a while ago, but like, you know, like she was like eyebrows on fleek. Like that word did not exist before her. At least not in the common broad spectrum. And it needs to be treated like its own language, and it needs to be respected like its own language. But it's not. And black people are often demonized for speaking African American vernacular English correctly, and white people are praised for speaking it incorrectly. It's always very funny to me whenever I see like a white person speaking it wrong, because I'm like, you're saying word salad. Like the words that are coming out of your mouth actually don't make sense.
And oftentimes they're praised, but it's more like that they're laughed with. Like people like, oh, you're making a joke. Yeah, it's funny. Haha. Or like, oh, millennial humor, and it's like, what? Or Gen Z humor, whatever generation they assign it with, where it's like, oh, this is just a Gen Z slang. It's like, this literally has been the way black people have been talking for decades, but fine, whatever.
Most things that are considered Gen Z slang are actually just African American vernacular English, with the exception of skibbity. That is not AAVE.
That's Gen Alpha. That's different.
That's Gen Alpha. It does reference back to a musical style called scat.
Yeah.
But the way that word came about was not. It's not Gen Z. I mean, it's not AAVE. It's Gen Alpha. I will happily let Gen Alpha have that one. But Riz, Gyat,
I'm sorry. Sometimes I use that one.
I don't care if people speak it. I just want you to say, you know, if you're like, because like the word gyat comes from gyat damn, her ass is big. Like basically that's what that means. It's just a shortening of that.
Yeah, so, I mean, I figured.
So if you're like, oh wow, that
when people say look at that gyat, I'm like, that's not what that means.
That's not it has to be a big booty. Like Megan Thee Stallion has a gyat. Like that's a gyat. You can't have a teeny tiny little ballerina booty. That's not a gyat. Or if you're telling something that's like not a butt, a gyat. That's like, you know, you're using the words incorrectly, and it just it looks so odd from my perspective.
Yeah.
Because you just wouldn't do that in other languages.
I think
it's like when people get Chinese characters tattooed onto their body, and it's like Ariana Grande actually did this. She got one that it does in certain like context translate to 7 rings, but in Japanese it means small charcoal grill. Like that's what it looks like to me when people are using these words wrong, or like the inflections or the tone or just like phrases. It like it just looks kind of like that.
I think also there's a problem with credits, and there's also like the problem of there's this. I mean, it brings in the conversation about digital blackface again, and I think it also gets kind of. I don't know what it's like in other cities, but like in small cities, what usually ends up happening is that if people of color are kind of chucked into one neighborhood, because like there is no, we're not fucking big enough to have like a black neighborhood and a Chinatown, and like, oh, this neighborhood's for the Arabic people. Like, you know, like the cities that I grew up in isn't really big enough for that, so people tend to just kind of clump together, and so you see like a lot of like people that are mixed race hang out with other mixed race people and pick up language from each other naturally, and it's just the way they talk. Now I know that happens to white people too, I'm sure, but like I don't know. Okay, so this is less specific I don't want to like give away too much information about my hometown. Like this is less specific to Halifax and more specific to the town I grew up in, which is not even a city. It's very tiny, and there were a lot of mixed race people in the racialized part of my community. Again, I'm trying to be very vague or vague or whatever you're supposed to pronounce it, because people make fun of me because of the French accent influence. But anyway, and there were a lot of Black people in that community across generations, and like it just kind of bled into, like, it just kind of happens. And like I think it's like a very natural way of cultural exchange, but the way that it happens on the internet I find a little insidious, because it becomes a trend rather than it being organic, in the way that like I'm used to seeing growing up, of like, oh, this group of people is all clustered here. Of course, this culture is going to influence that culture. Of course, like that's just how culture works.
Yeah.
Where it feels like on the internet, it's like flipping through it like a trend, and having the privilege of being able to put down that trend when it's no longer cool versus it's just part of who you are. I don't know. It makes me feel yucky. But like that's a whole.
Speaking of like pronunciation, because like, you know, you were beating yourself up a little bit about how you pronounce things. I frankly could not care about how people pronounce things, as long as like
People
things
are fucking mean to me about vague specifically. They're so mean to me about vague.
I know what you're saying. But the thing is, this leads into what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
So I know that you have heard me in voice calls get very upset when people try to correct my pronunciation on things. I don't like that. I don't think you should be correcting anybody's pronunciations on things if you understand what they are trying to say. If they are clear in what they are communicating, I could not care if they say caramel or caramel. I could not say if they say baguette or baguette. Like I don't care. And the reason why I don't care, and I need a lot of more people to not care about this, is because Black people are scrutinized for how they pronounce things, regardless of the language that they're speaking. I personally think it's very like disgusting. I think if you are speaking a language and people can understand what you are saying, that is all that matters. That should really be how it comes down to. If I'm speaking English and I'm talking to another person who's speaking English and they can understand what I'm saying, and I'm not saying like, maybe I'm saying a word that has like French origin, but I'm not saying it how like French people would say it. That shouldn't matter. What matters is that you are understanding, because if we are speaking the same language and it's coming across clearly, that's all that should matter. Now, if I'm speaking French, I'm probably going to use the French pronunciation of that word so that the people understand what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, like, I think it gets a little complicated, because coming at this from someone who lives in a bilingual country, it's a different perspective, right? Like mispronouncing French words is like kind of a microaggression. Like especially if it's done so deliberately, or it's like done without care. It's like, I don't fucking care what your language sounds like. I'm just gonna say whatever I want because it's easier for me, and I'm not gonna bother learning because I don't care about your language, because the majority of Canada speaks English. So like, just switch to English and stop bothering me about it. So like,
yeah, and I think
it's, I think in certain contexts, it's like, I think if you come at it from like a kind place and like wanting to be like, hey, like, I just want to make sure that this culture is being respected, like, that's one thing. On the other hand, nobody fucking cares if you say poutine instead of poutine. Shut the fuck up. Stop correcting people. Like, poutine is such a French word, and like English people eat it too, and it's just not like, but yeah, I get what you're saying, but I think that there is some nuance there, and we gotta be careful, and like, especially
I think the reason why I'm so like passionate about this specifically is because like I've been corrected on things that I feel like frankly I don't need to be corrected on.
Yeah.
Like really like minor things that really do not matter. And in a language that I've been speaking my entire life, and you know, that's just like how we say things where I'm from. And so it's kind of like if you like you scrutinize me so much as an English speaker for how I say things in English, but you wouldn't go to like Japan and hear someone saying chocoreto and be like, actually it's pronounced chocolate.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Absolutely, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's ridiculous to a certain after a certain extent. It's kind of silly. And based off of like language rules and just like how letters are pronounced, like people aren't gonna say things the same way. And that's how you get like variations on names in general. Like, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. And like I will say that I do think people make fun of Asian accents, but like that's I get what you're saying. But on the other hand, like I think that person that's coming to correct you is doing it at a somebody brought up taquitos versus those, or anyway, we're like mispronouncing, like it's different.
Like obviously if someone's like making fun of like a language, like call them out for that. But if someone's just like talking,
yeah, and again, but if you're like, because in this instance it's not about helping you, it's about, or like respecting a culture, it's about
being right.
It's about, yeah, it's that sense of that little fucking sense of superiority that people get when they correct somebody. And like, look, I have you know this as well as I do. We have a friend group, and a bunch of them are ESL / English as a second language. For those of you that don't know, because apparently that's not a term that's commonly known outside of places that aren't heavily bilingual. And sometimes it's like, I don't know what this word is, or they'll say something and it's like, what the fuck did you just say? And you have to like work backwards, like, oh, you mean this. And then that's like a moment for them to learn and grow as an English speaker and be helped. And if you come at it from like a place of kindness and wanting to help them so that they can communicate better, that's one thing. But like that whole like, oh, this person was wrong and I can't wait to tell them that they were wrong. It's like such a shitty thing to do. And I feel like people with different accents, especially like accents that are considered lower class, which tend to be racialized. Let's be real. Shut up.
And it's just really frustrating as someone who has like had to hear this like a lot the entire life, like as a Black person. I don't want to hear it from my friends. I just want to talk to you. I don't want to be corrected every time I say something a little bit different than you.
I can't think of a time where this occurred to me. Trying to remember if I have done that and traumatized you. I'm sorry, but like,
no, you have not, and it's not like often enough. But it's just like, you know, it's one of those things that like I'm very hyper aware of it, so it does.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and like I'm just like, I do notice people's pronunciation of things when they are not what I would consider like normal or what I would expect. But you're not someone who comes across as someone who does that frequently to me. So I'm just like, I can't even think of an instance where you have pronounced something where I'm like, oh yeah, Mothra, you pronounced that wrong. Like I can't think of one.
Yeah.
So like, I think that people are just like,
that.
Oh, well, and even if I didn't, and I was just like, oh, Mothra, like, I can't even think of an instance that's like, oh, that was kind of a weird way to pronounce it anyway. Like, I've never even had one of those moments where it's in my head and I squish it down, because, like, you're not someone what I'm saying is, if people are correcting you to the point that you're noticing, as somebody that's known you for years, I think that they're nitpicking and being assholes to you. You're fine. You're fine. And I think it's just, I think it's the racism that's coming out a little bit.
Yeah. it is very, it can be very aggravating. So I guess, like, like, and oftentimes I never really see like white people get corrected for the way that they pronounce things, even if they pronounce things incredibly wrong. Like, you're like, that what? What was that word that you just came out of your mouth, to the point where it's like you don't really like people. I've seen it like so many times where, like, on the internet, people are like trying to figure out what the fuck someone said, and then we'll all come together and we'll be like, oh, that's what you meant, ha ha ha. But I never see people like insult someone's intelligence to like a white person for that, whereas like
I think where it comes
it's a little
from,
bit.
it is different. It is different. You're right. I think what it comes down to is that benefit of the doubt thing that we were talking about before. Like, I think a lot of people, when it's a white person, they assume that it's like, oh, they must know something that I don't. Whereas people are more comfortable with assuming they're smarter than black people. I think that's where it comes from.
I think that's where it comes from too. I I'm very passionate about these things.
I know.
It's very important to me. I will always be an advocate for black people, the black experience. I'll be an advocate for other racial experiences and as well, because like I stand with like my brothers and sisters of different ethnicities, and you know but obviously I can only speak directly as like a like as a primary source as a black person. But these things are important, and so I did wanted to talk about them today, because I feel like a lot of people don't think about these things.
Yeah.
And I just implore people to kind of like, like, if you learned anything today, kind of like hold it in your heart, hold it close to you, and next time you see something a little bit like off, or like somebody like acting like out, like kind of like recognize that as like bad behavior. I'm not saying you necessarily have to do anything about it. You can do something if you want. I don't care. I can't control your life. But kind of be like, oh, that's what that is. That's not like normal behavior. That's just racism.
I mean, the person who said this to me is very interesting, and I'll share it later with my friends. But the person who said this to me, it was when I was first like coming into my identity as an Indigenous person, exploring that part of me, like talking to people and getting in touch with the community. And there was somebody kind of leading that, where it's like, hey, as people that often pass as white or are light skinned, and can kind of go incognito, we've got a job to do, and what that is that we make the space we can, with the privilege we have, so that we can then like bring in the people that aren't able to make that space for themselves because they're pushed out. We can use, I think we can use the privilege we're given for good. I think you don't want to fall into the white savior trap, I guess. And I think that's where the whole biracial thing comes in this example, because like this is my culture, and I do want to protect it, and like I'm usually given an opportunity that like a lot of people that are more racialized in my community don't get to have. So if I get into a room, and like I was talking about this to Mothra one day, actually. And I think I made Mothra laugh. Dude, if I go into a room and I'm like the brownest person in the room, I start freaking out a little bit. That's not good. That's a bad sign. So if you go into the room, especially if you're biracial, or like, and there's no other person that's like darker, that's brown, or that's blacker than you, ask why. And try to do what you can to make that space for maybe the people who aren't able to get into that space because of discrimination, and like don't fucking pull the ladder up behind you. I guess is what I'll say to that.
Yes. Also, in terms of like white passing, I need people to understand this. I need people of color to really understand this particular point. What you think is white passing is not white passing. White passing means that the white person would look at that person and would not be able to tell at all by looking at them that they were anything but white.
Yeah.
So just being light-skinned, that's not white passing. Having straight hair, that's not white passing. I'm very fair. I'm very fair. I have a lot of black ethno features on my face. I have curly hair. I would not white pass. I don't care how light I am.
I don't think anybody. What's that? That one fucking moment in The Good Place where the judge is like, "Did you guys know on Earth that I'm black? That sucked." And there isn't really anything that you can, no matter how you perceive yourself, there's not really anything that you can do to change how other people perceive you, especially if there's like a very obvious visual, physical, tangible thing that like differentiates yourself from other people.
Yes.
And people will fucking sniff it out and make it your problem.
Yeah. They can't, they would be, unless you look like you had two white parents, they oftentimes can tell.
Yeah.
They might not be able to put their their finger on what exactly is happening with you racially, but they can tell.
Where are you from? Where are you really from?
Jesus.
If you've ever been asked that question, you do not pass as white. You are not white passing.
No,
you might
no, you do not.
pass as white sometimes, but if you've ever been asked that question,
this is a funny story. Someone asked me that once while I was on the bus in middle school, they said, "What are you?" That's another question that if you get asked that, you're not white passing. What are you? And I said, I'm half black and I'm half white. And they're like, "No, you're not." I was like, "What?"
Why would you ask
they're
that?
Like, "You're Latino." And I'm like, "Huh? What do you mean?" I was so caught off guard. "No, you're not."
I mean, I could see the math, but it's not correct math. Anyway,
Anyway, I think that's all the notes that I wanted to touch on. If anyone has more questions, like, you can ask me. I'm in Crim's server. You can join my server if you want.
Got anything to plug?
Yeah, I'm also a YouTuber. Go watch my YouTube videos. I'm doing a playthrough of Frambeau right now, and I'm playing a new game called Do No Harm. My YouTube name is Earl Mothra Fangbanger. If you need help spelling that, like I said, I am in the server, so you can find my name very easily there. I'll put a message in the chat just saying hi, so you can kind of see me. You can click on that if you want. I also do live streams on Wednesdays and Saturdays. On Wednesdays it's art, on Saturdays it's gaming. I'm currently playing Vampire the Masquerade. It's really fun. I'm on social media. I'm on Blue Skies, Instagram, and Tumblr. Same name there as I have it here. But other than that, that's all. Oh, I do have a Discord server. I'll link it in the promo channel in Crim's server. It is 18 plus though, so please respect that.
Well, thank you so much, Mothra. It's always great to speak to you about the big bean stuff.
Yeah, no problem. I love talking to you about this stuff, and I love sharing it with people. I hope I can help people learn something at the end of the day.
Okay. I'm gonna jump off the stage then because I'm getting eepy.
All right. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye. Alrighty then. Well, I think that was a very interesting discussion. Yeah, this is a great stream. I just want to say thanks, all of my guests were wonderful. I'm so glad to do this show again. I didn't have a topic for the longest time, and I saw a post on Tumblr a little while ago. It's lived in my head rent free. And I wanted to talk about it. Stay tuned. I'm gonna see if anybody else is streaming. Let me see. Redirect. All right, I'm gonna send you over to Nate Petrosky. He has a homestead. He has a really cute dog. So I'll gotta send you guys over there, see what he's doing, his little fireside chat. Thank you so much for watching. I should be doing a Minecraft stream tomorrow, and then I'll be doing another stream on Tuesday. And thank you to my Patreons, Paige, Harvey, Vashtor, Hummus, Easy Walker, Elias, Liam, and Swampling. If you would like to become a member of my Patreon, the link is down below. You can join for as little as $1 a month and get access to my Discord. You only have to pay once, but I, of course, appreciate any support you can give me. If you only want to make a one-time donation, my Ko-Fi is linked in the description down below. Don't forget to like the stream and make sure you're subscribed. And I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Bye-bye.